You're live, Terrence.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Tonight is December 9th, 2020, and we will start our Educational Support Committee meeting. I'm glad everyone had the opportunity to tune in or to view this program, because it's very important as we move forward, as we speak about our children in the district. Tonight, for the Educational Support Committee, we'll be talking about college readiness and what our district has done to promote college readiness. Now, as everybody know, since March 16, 2020, this world has experienced a trauma that's hardly anyone could anticipate it or prepare for. Since COVID-19 virus has changed all our normalcies in which we conduct business and travel, the way we eat, the way we shop, the way we work, exercise, worship, how we celebrate events, and the way that we educate. Thinking back to March 16th, when schools first closed, due to the uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global cases has just surpassed. COVID-19 virus has changed all our normalcies in which we conduct business, travel, the way we eat, the way we shop, the way we work, exercise, worship, how we celebrate events, and the way that we educate. Thinking back to March 8th, when schools first closed, due to the uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global cases has just surpassed. COVID-19 virus has changed all our normalcies.
Please mute your mics if you're not speaking. Please mute your mics if you're not speaking.
Can you mute all the mute all the mics, please?
I will.
The global cases has just surpassed. COVID-19 virus has changed all our normalcies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look like we had a little technical difficulties, so I'll just go ahead and start over. As you all know, since March 16, 2020, the world has experienced a trauma that hardly anyone could anticipate or prepare for. The COVID-19 virus has changed all normalcies in which we conduct business, the way we travel, the way we eat, shop, work, exercise, worship, how we celebrate events, and how we educate. Thinking back to March 16th, when schools first closed due to uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global cases has just surpassed 175,000, and Italy was just placed on the lockdown, with the Italian death roll just reported over 2,000 citizens. Earlier this year, it was a time for our generation that we never had experienced anything as such, and the Center for Disease Control told us not to gather in groups more than 10 people, and the White House wasn't consistent whether or not we should wear a mask in public. For the first time, our neighbors to the north, Canada, has denied entry into the country to anyone who isn't a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident. Our nation went through a civil rights movement which has led to long warranted positive changes in government, state, and local laws. During this time, we also worked together and pushed a elongated census campaign. In November, our country pulled together and still went forward through with a presidential election, and is still going through an impactful Senate race. These are just some of the things that our country has experienced, along with our youth, who may or may not have a voice in the issues with the unforeseen troubles of the current educational policies due to the COVID-19 concerns. Moving forward today, schools across the nation still have their doors, still have closed their doors, and is practicing remote education, while other districts have tried the in-person learning or a hybrid model and are struggling to keep their doors open due to the COVID concerns. Today, our country has over 15.2 million COVID cases and have over 286 deaths, while New York State has reported amount of 728,000 COVID cases and has experienced over 34,723 deaths, and that's not including the COVID-related deaths. This evening, the Educational Support Committee will address the concerns that has been voiced by our students, our parents, caregivers, and stakeholders, and some board members. Tonight, we will look into a district plan for college readiness for our juniors and senior population. Our high school class of 2021 has missed out on fellowship in learning, music, arts, gym, sports, pep rallies, class, office positions, prom, seniors, class trips, and possible in-person graduations. Tonight, Dr. Carter Cash will present his administrative staff from the Buffalo Public Schools and to Say Yes to Education Buffalo that has been focused on college readiness with our juniors and senior population. and the work they have performed to prepare our young adults for higher education, whether it's collegiate education or career and tech programs. We will look at the process and the steps that the district has taken to help our students submit college applications and apply for college scholarships. We will also look into the district college readiness approach. We will look into a report from the guidance department describing their contacts with our high school seniors and their parents and caregivers as they assist our juniors and senior students transition into college. We will speak about our grants, about our district received from the Gates Foundation, and also to say yes to how it's been using funding from the Working for College Mentors from the University of Buffalo, Medaille College, Buffalo State College, Erie Community College, and Villa Maria to help assist our students in the area of college readiness. We also will visit our near peer MBK program, Gear Up, Schoology, and how robocalls are being utilized in efforts for college readiness preparation for the New York State and the New York State Accessible College Initiative programs. Right now, I'd like to hand it over to our Buffalo Public School Superintendent, Dr. Kreiner Cash, and to say a few words, introduce his staff that will be speaking tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. Board members, good evening. Community, good evening. That was a great introduction, Mr. Hurd. And so with that, I will introduce Mr. David Hills, one of our secondary associates for school leadership. And he has assembled a team that I think will be very responsive to the topics that you've addressed tonight. So Mr. Hills, if you would begin your 7-8 slide presentation and then introduce each of the successive members that will present on your team. And board members, I would simply ask that if we could get through the slides each in the presentation, make notations in the columns, and then we will come back and have a full discussion at the end. We find that that helps with the flow of the conversation and makes it easier for the public to understand. So, Mr. Hills.
Good evening, Dr. Cash. Thank you so much. Mike Lucci, do you have those slides ready to go? Thank you, Chairman Hurd, Educational Support Committee, board members. Tonight we're going to address the critical moments that are in front of us and the efforts being made to support our seniors as they transition to post-graduation and their college experiences and their careers experiences. I will be sharing on behalf of Toya Wilson and myself, the Secondary Associates for School Leadership, and I will be addressing the building supports that are being put in place to support seniors as they prepare for the next step. Our Director of Guidance and Counseling Services, Martha Younger, will be presenting on behalf of the Student Support Services Department, and she'll elaborate on all the supports that are being put in place for her department for juniors and seniors as they prepare for the college admissions process. 4 key individuals from Say Yes will be joining us, and they will close out the presentation by linking the specific supports they've put in place for our seniors. Those individuals include Betsy Behrend, Daphne Ross, Tommy McClam, and Acheri Rivera. Next slide, Mike. So when we look at college readiness, readiness for our students to make the next best step, the educational bargain is a key network that brings all of the components together to make sure that our students are best prepared for transitioning when they graduate. Our early education rigor builds very early capacity for our students to engage in successful expectations and college success. The new high schools and the strong existing high school programming combine engaging career experiences, high levels of student choice and matching of aptitude to programming, and strong college and industry partners. We meet the holistic needs of our seniors and families through ELT, through our extended learning, through our Saturday programming, which is continuing virtually, and has supports for preparation for higher education. And then finally, our new relationship with teachers help us to refine and define our expectations and understandings for what our students are capable of. Next slide, Mike. So our seniors this year, our 2021 graduating class, are our 2017 cohort. They are actually, we've been preparing them since they started in pre-K all the way through, and the 2017 cohort is critical because our seniors have to graduate in order to take their next step. So the first thing I'm going to address is what we do with the current cohort to ensure that they are on track for graduation. There's each school has gone through a process of convening a comprehensive team that reviews the cohort data for all of the seniors that are on record for that graduating class. They analyze the current cohort. They make sure there is consistent outreach to every member of that cohort and that it's targeted. This approach was really launched last year, and I have to say through the strong work of Toya Wilson, Associate Superintendent Wilson, who has brought forward a process that's rigorous, that looks at each student's data. And that process being launched last year allowed us in last March, when we entered a period of uncertainty, to have clear and accurate pictures of what students needed to do in order to graduate. And that data really guided us through the process during the distance learning of getting those students to record high graduation rates through knowing where they stood and what they had to do. And that process has been amplified this year. There's been an identification at every secondary school of a data champion. That data champion is one person assigned to the cohort who tracks all data, makes sure that we don't have any students falling through the cracks, and along with other members of the team, that data champion is trained by the Office of Shared Accountability under the directorship or the leadership of Ebony Bullock, recently appointed. The Office of Shared Accountability has also developed a data tracker, and that data tracker gives you live access to all the information on student data. So we're able to track attendance, we're able to look at student profiles, and the Office of Shared Accountability has worked with us as ASLs. They've worked with principals to make sure that that data tracker is usable and works with all that they need in order to serve students. One of the greatest tools that's been developed in that tracker is a graduation tracker component. And that graduation tracker will show for each cohort all the students in the cohort, credits they have. It allows you to select by various credit bands. It will show how many Regents exam they've passed and if they are on track for graduating on time, if they're on track for an advanced designation, if they're on track for any of the certificate, bilingual certification, CDOS. It pulls all that information. If you see a student with concerning indicators, you can actually click on that student and see all of their information at once. It facilitates live action planning where student needs can be identified, and then every team has significant membership that allows them to reach out to students, to help students through, to really make sure that they are on track and on time for graduation. We are also providing to schools 5-week data so that they have, from Shared Accountability, all the points they need to have comprehensive indications of how students are doing. That's happening at progress report time, so they can tell how many students are on track for passing their courses and students who are not on track for passing their courses. And they can monitor every single student, and the students who have concerns, they're able to track back and build strategies for those students. So those protocols, they have been strengthened tremendously during this time of remote learning. Teams are now meeting several times a week at the building level. They're meeting with their associates for school leadership. They have had several meetings with representatives from shared accountability who go through all the cohort data, and that has helped building teams to have a much better sense and to communicate to students where they stand in their cohort. And that process is also being put in place for the 2018 cohort going forward. Next slide, Mike. At the school level, there's a tremendous amount of work being done to support seniors as they engage in the application process. Schools have established Schoology groups just for seniors, so they're able to post information, establish deadlines, have discussion groups. They've included video tutorials on both Schoology, on their web pages, and on Facebook that give it a step-by-step breakdown for students, and some guidance counselors have also recorded little snippets, little tutorials. If you're applying on the Common App, this is how you do it. If you're getting your FAFSA information together, this is how you do it. So schools have made sure, since we're in such a virtual environment, that they've leveraged social media, our existing learning management system, Schoology, and other means to build capacity in the student basis. For some students, they're also making sure the career plans are developed, that CDOS certifications are being followed up on, and that for students who need transition planning, those transition plans are taking place so that students, all students, have an ability to visualize what their next step is in September and do what they need to do now in the appropriate timing to get ready. There are schools that have established senior support groups. Those support groups are small groups, some of them meeting with community partners, some of them meeting with other school-based staff, and those support groups discuss getting ready for college along with other issues of being a senior during this challenging time. One of the key components is embedded into the English 4 curriculum is a process of getting ready for the Common App, getting recommendation letters ready, knowing how to ask for a recommendation, preparing your college essay, completing the application. Students have been working on that with their English teachers. We do have a small group of students, or actually a very appreciable group of students who are advanced placement English, and so they're not in the traditional English 4 curriculum. Those students are meeting separately with their guidance counselors to make sure that all students have time to put their best foot forward on the application process. There also are in English 4 classes and in the social studies, either participation development and economics. Students are having time with Say Yes staff, they're having time offline with Say Yes staff, they're having time with their guidance counselors in order to prepare for the Common App that's they're working to get submitted in this next month. They're also working to get their FAFSA information together, and there is support in place through Say Yes so that FAFSA information can be compiled and submitted by the families. And many schools have had virtual support sessions. Schools have had, Say Yes has had virtual support sessions, and that's going on pace, and they will speak to that when we get to the Say Yes section. Additionally, 3 schools are piloting a Gates College transition course, which is a half-year course at the end of senior year to support the transition to college. So those schools are integrating into student schedules to make sure that it's put in place so that they have an experience that launches them to the next step And that pilot program will be expanded to each school in the future. We have had increases in advanced placement courses from 1,620 different students or different registrations in AP courses in 2018 and 19 to 2,153 last year. And this year, as of October 2nd, 2,183 students are participating, individual participations in AP courses. That includes some juniors, even a few sophomores and seniors. That participation in high expectation, highly rigorous, well-structured advanced placement courses allows our students to start to build the mindset of college success and prepares them for not only the level of work, but the culture of college work and for envisioning themselves in the college setting. We have also introduced, we have P-Tech programs at several schools, Hutch Tech, with courses taught through dual enrollment, the South Park Be Solar program with ECC, McKinley with both the Be Green program at Alfred and the Buffalo Teachers program at Buffalo State. Each of those pathways in technology in early college, high school programs allows for students to start earning college credits and actually have a transition spot in a college program when they complete their 12th grade experience. And those transitions are crucial in helping our students to take the next step. We have partnerships through middle early college where students are starting their sophomore year, taking college courses at both ECC and Buffalo State in a supportive school culture where they're able to see college success before they reach the age of graduation and then transition to their next step. And we also have at Da Vinci High School opportunities, or Leonardo da Vinci High School opportunities for students to access college courses and get college credits. Several other schools, 156, 192, 198, 206, 301, 304, 305, and 415 all offer dual enrollment courses so that students can participate either with a Buffalo teacher that's an adjunct teacher where there's an articulation agreement, or through actual college courses and receive both receive their high school credit while their college credit while they're in high school. Those dual enrollment programs are, again, they build up students' transcripts when they go to college, and they build up the experience of being in a college setting and doing college level work. So a lot of this takes one-on-one supports, and our guidance staff under the leadership of Martha Younger does a tremendous job of making sure that they have their guidance counselors well positioned to connect students with resources, to support students, and to help students so that they are prepared through the whole college process. So Martha Younger is going to be going next. And Mike, if we go to the next slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. As David Hill said, I'll be talking from the counselor perspective of how are we preparing our seniors and juniors for college. So as you know, college processing does not automatically start in grades 11 and 12. Actually, college going aspirations, we start with them as early as pre-K. We do college career nights, we do career fairs for those individuals so that they can see at an early age what occupations are out there and what they can start looking at as far as what they want to be when they grow up. We also partner with CTE to start doing college interest inventories so that kids will be understanding like what schools they want to go to that offer those particular programs, and that they could get a better understanding of, again, what college and career readiness is all about. So counselors help operationalize ongoing college activities, such as they conduct annual record reviews, as David said. But the record reviews does not start as early as high school. They actually start as early as sixth grade per state education. So we are really starting with our sixth graders to get them to understand what it takes to graduate from school, what types of interests are out there for you to start looking at college and career readiness. The other thing that we do with them is provide students and families with the college application process. We inform parents and students through workshops. We did a workshop last year called College 101, and that was to help parents understand what the college application process is all about. And we ended that with a college tour out at UB. We also ensure that all 10th and 11th graders take a district-funded PSAT. As you know, a lot of colleges require a standardized test. So this is an opportunity for our 10th and 11th graders to start taking the standardized testing that some colleges may require. We fund one SAT in the grade 11 for all juniors, so that by the time they get to their senior year, they have completed at least one standardized test, which may be used for college admit. We also encourage our students to take the ACT as well. So it's not just the SAT, we encourage them to take the ACT. And as you know, many of our students are eligible for fee waivers. So they don't just solely rely on what the district provides. Our counselors utilize fee waivers to assist them in other ways. Some of them may be applying for many colleges. Some of them may have to take that test more than once. But like I said, they are eligible for fee waivers. We also make sure that they're registered for college fairs. Our seniors take a college fair every fall, CAO. We've done the HBCU, and we've also done college fairs virtually. So they haven't missed out on a lot of the college fairs. We collaborate with Say Yes, Liberty Partnership, Upward Bound, Gear Up, and STEP to add additional supports for college access and college readiness. We also conduct parent and caregiver presentations. We've done the NCAA eligibility workshop. We've done, like I said, college tours. We've also done one called Getting Ready for College. And then last month, we had a wonderful presentation on finding money for college. As you know, it takes monies and dollars to go to college. We've also researched and provided students with scholarship information through FAFSA completion, and we also encourage students and parents to start looking at scholarships that are online. Once again, we utilize Say Yes. We have a college specialist in every school that assists the counselors with making sure that the students complete the FAFSA, research for scholarship dollars, and the TAP. We provide students with letters of recommendations. We all know that colleges request recommendations, and we also assist students in writing letters for recommendations. We have identified space at almost every high school that has a college access center. And the purpose of that center is for students to go down and find out what's available for college, to start applying for colleges, and to meet with FAFSA completion teams. Next slide, Mike. So in getting students ready for college, we don't forget about our sports athletes. We support those students by connecting them with the core courses that NCAA requires. As you know, students may want to play D1 or D2 schools, but there is a requirement for them to play in order to be eligible. So we make sure that the students are aware of those courses and to enroll them in those courses. We also make sure that students stay focused on other courses, just the ones, not only the ones that they must focus on, but everything. We really stress to students, colleges are looking for well-rounded students, which means that they need to be academically, socially, community service, They just need to be well-rounded in order to get to college. You're not just going to pick a student that's only focused on books. We really want to make sure that our students are focused on everything. We encourage student athletes to register and take an SAT or an ACT in at least the fall of their junior year. We also have had, like I said, NCAA presentations to make sure that parents and students are aware of what that process is entail. And we also collaborate with the high school coaches. This year, I worked with Cicely Owens and Mike House, and we have one counselor at each high school who has been identified as the counselor liaison between NCAA, the athletic department, and the students. So we're really making sure that the students and the parents and the coaches and everybody is on the same page and understanding what our students really need to be NCAA eligible. Our counselors also provide, like I said, the college fairs. We do the CAO college fair every fall. We do the HBCU, and we do the DAC. So every fall, we also have the Western New York Consortium who comes in and do virtual tours with the students to make sure that they're aware of what those particular colleges have. Those colleges include most of our local colleges, and having them to understand what those colleges, and we also do instant admissions. UB, NCCC, ECC, and Bryan and Stratton are some of the schools that have come in to do instant admissions. Like I said, we've partnered up with Gear Up, STEP, and Upward Bound to make sure that our students receive additional supports. These organizations also provide evening and Saturday hours. So we're really trying to cover all the bases to make sure students and parents have that information and have access to someone who can assist them with completing that FAFSA. We also have, our counselors have also made sure that they post on Facebook, Instagram, Schoology. They have counselor hours where students can pop in, and we collaborate with the English and social studies teacher who has all of those students to make sure that those students are completing applications as well. So that completes my portion of what our counselors are doing. And then making sure that our students complete applications. I just want to let you know, last year, our graduating class for 2020 received over $18 million just in scholarships, and that does not include Say Yes. So we're really pushing funding for our students to go to college. And they are doing the scholarship applications and accruing those dollars. So our next presenters will be Say Yes and Betsy Barron, talking about the mentoring, what Say Yes has collaborated with us on, and how they are supporting the college going process for our seniors and juniors. Betsy?
Good evening. If we could have the next slide, please. And I'm going to ask my colleagues, Tommy and Shady, to take this slide, please.
All right, thank you, Betsy. And thank you for this opportunity. First of all, we're going to jump into our scholar mentoring and what we have to do with that. And the scholar mentoring is it supports high school students who are transitioning into a post-secondary education. It's looking at basically we're looking at our juniors and who are in their third and fourth quarter of the year, and also our seniors somewhere around the first quarter also. What we're looking to do is that we're targeting them, but we're looking for one-on-one mentoring matches, and they would match them with mentors who actually have come from the community, who have completed post-secondary education, and also are professionals in their field. What we also do with those mentors are actually trained, so we give them actually 4 hours of training, and the mentees also are trained. In addition to the training, we do also work with some of the social and emotional issues also that a young person needs to deal with in that transition from high school to college. But our focus is not just on matriculation, but it's also on persistence. We make sure that they have the supports necessary in order not just to get into college, but also to complete. And then the other piece I just want to highlight is that even in our training, we interject our training with things like racial equity and inclusion training for our mentors, so they can understand the backgrounds and sometimes the situations our young people are coming with, understanding that colleges it is academic, but it's also other issues also surrounding that. In addition to that, what I'd like to kind of highlight is that we point out all of our young people to all of the supports that Buffalo Public School provides, such as, you know, the FAFSA completion and any internships or anything we could actually, they're able to get into. And we'll talk a little bit more about those internships. But one thing I'd just like to say is that we also sit around making sure that as we walk with that young person looking at holistically at that whole young person and making sure that we're giving them the support necessary to transfer, to transition over to post-secondary education. I want to also talk about one of the other programs that we work with is Breaking Barriers. And the Breaking Barriers is Youth Leadership Council. And that Youth Leadership Council is made up of young men ages 12 to 24. And inside that group of young men are a number of young men who are Buffalo Public School students who are our juniors and seniors. And we make sure we integrate our programming. So those young men are also plugged into our mentoring program and our near peer program, which Shady will talk about that shortly. And then as we do that, we are actually stay in contact with them even during the virtual time. We spend time to make sure that we are connecting with them on a regular basis, even walking with them and pointing them to the areas in which they need to be looking at as they're preparing for the jump into post-secondary education. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick it over to Shady, and Shady's going to talk a little bit about near peer and what we're doing connection with the Gates Foundation.
Hi everyone, I'm Shady Rivera. I'm the Near Peer Mentoring Supervisor at Say Yes. So the Near Peer Mentoring Program just started and launched this year, and it is a part of the initiative that we received with our Gates Foundation grant. This program is specifically for seniors in high school. So we take college students who are currently in college at a local Buffalo college, and they mentor our seniors in the Buffalo Public Schools. These mentors that are also within the colleges have also graduated from a Buffalo Public high school. So they have experienced the environment of a local high school and understand the ins and outs of what it takes to take those next steps to matriculate into college. And this also helps not only into the matriculation and increase that for our high school seniors to matriculate into college, but also helps persist those college students and make sure that they themselves are graduating and focusing on bringing other students within their community up along with them. Our program meets on Saturday morning virtually. Because we meet virtually, we were able to provide laptops for not only our mentors, but also for all the seniors in our program. We're currently actually in the process of dispersing those laptops. I was able to disperse 15 of those laptops yesterday, house to house. We go to their homes, drop them off to them, so that due to the pandemic, they're not out and exposing themselves into the community more than they need to for safety purposes. So I go right to their porch, drop it off, we text, and I know that they come out, they grab their laptop, and they text their thank you, and we keep going. So that's been able to happen. Also, when we meet virtually on Saturday mornings, we talk about a certain college-going culture, which we do twice a month. On top of that, the mentors, which we do a group model. Every mentor will max out at 5 mentees. So when we are in our meeting, we will meet together in a big group, and then they will be brought into breakout rooms with their mentors and talk in a more intimate setting. Part of that also is to provide an academic support system, which I tell the students that they're providing for each other, especially this year due to COVID and not being able to have the norms and socialization that they're used to. This approach allows us to provide some of that and give them some stability in that area. And then it allows them also to start meeting people that could possibly be going to colleges that they will be going to attend in the next year. They also, then the mentors and the mentees are required to make contact with each other one-on-one twice a month. And on average, my mentors have been in contact with their mentees 2 to 3 times a week. So they are definitely conversing and utilizing their mentors and asking questions based on the Common App that they're starting to fill out. They're asking questions. The college essays they're starting to fill out, they're getting input back from their mentors, and so on and so forth, asking other questions. And then the mentors themselves, Tommy talked about how we train all of our mentors. Near-peer mentors do a 1-week extensive training, and they also have to do background checks, fingerprinting. They go through all of those safety checks as well. And then they also have to meet with myself twice a month. And we do one-on-one where we go over their group of mentees and any questions and any assistance they may need to further help those students, whether it's from giving them advice on how to find more scholarships for them, and so on and so forth. Next slide.
Hi, everyone. Again, this is Betsy Behrend, and I'm the Scholarship Director at SAS Buffalo, and I'm just going to touch on the scholarship-specific programs that we have. I think most folks are familiar with our scholarship program, and that's available for all students who are in the Buffalo Public Schools who complete at least grades 9 through 12 and enroll at either a SUNY institution, a CUNY institution, or at one of our more than 100 private institutions, which are around the country. We coordinate with the Buffalo Public Schools Counseling Division with Samantha Younger, make sure that we are in touch with every single high school counselor. This gets us in front of students so that we can share the application, the very simple application that must be completed to be eligible for Say Yes. And we provide both group and one-to-one support. And on average, we see about 94% of eligible seniors complete the application. So we have a really good response rate for that. In addition to the scholarships, and actually, let me just say one thing. A question that we have often gotten is, how do we work with Excelsior? Excelsior is the free college program from New York State. That gets a lot of attention, and it was launched as a scholarship for the middle class. And when it was launched, we had a conversation with New York State, and they said, well, we should actually be the last dollar after Say Yes fills in. And we were sort of like, well, we're a private scholarship, so the state should be there, and then we should be the last dollar. And the way that that was resolved is that New York State made a generous $10 million gift to the Say Yes Buffalo Endowment. And because of that, the majority of students who are in Buffalo are not required to apply for Excelsior. They don't need it because they are almost fully covered by Say Yes. The only students who apply for an Excelsior grant are those who do not have 100% eligibility. So, for example, if you start high school in the Buffalo Public Schools and you were somewhere else before then, you're only 65% eligible for your tuition to be covered. In that case, you would apply for an Excelsior scholarship. One thing that we've just noticed in the last week is that they have updated their website, and you may be getting questions about this. The Excelsior website has messaging that says, basically due to COVID, that they are having some tight circumstances and may not be able to continue to provide scholarship aid. So that's just a flag. But here in Buffalo, we don't have much to worry about because of that generous gift that we received from New York State, and we're really filling in there. In addition to the scholarships, we also provide support in trying to apply for the financial aid, like I spoke to. So with the TAP at New York State and also the FAFSA, we have trained support staff that go into every single high school. And right now, of course, all that's being done virtually. These are students at the University of Buffalo, and many of them are BPS grads themselves. They're trained in how to do the completion, and then they work one-to-one with students and their families. We've seen year-over-year increases in these every year since we started this work in 2012. And something interesting to note is in the transition to virtual, which took place, as Chairman Hurd mentioned, in the spring, we actually saw an increase, continued increase, both our FAFSA and our TAP completion rates. And partially we think that is due to the virtual conversations that we were having. When we were working with a student, sometimes we need the parent there to complete a financial aid application. And when we were in the home virtually, it was much easier to do that. Gear Up is a subset of our TAP and FAFSA work, and this is a cohort model focused on a group of students that were in 7th grade in the 2014-15 school year, and that's your class of 2020, who just graduated, and they provide intensive college prep and high school transition supports to students. That grant is still in play for some of the students that are still left finishing up their high school career, and an exciting point is that it looks like there's going to be another round of grants for that, so we can have another cohort of students participate that hopefully starting next year. The last item I'll note is our college kickoff. This is something that we have every year. It's a one-day conference-style event for our graduating high school seniors, and we do get some juniors and some parents that participate as well. We work closely with the BPS counseling team as well as all of the partners locally at the Institutes for Higher Education to do different workshops on things like time management, how to read a syllabus and what that is. And we annually get about 150 students who participate in that. This past year, we had to do it virtually, and we actually saw increased participation, which was great. The other thing that we did this past year that we hope to carry on moving forward is we saw the need with the switch to virtual learning for students to have access to a device, so a laptop. And we were able to start a fundraising campaign specifically for this and raised enough money to purchase laptops for any student that needed it. So last year's graduating high school seniors, anybody who needed a laptop, we were able to provide them with, same with the current college students that we were supporting, and we're hoping to continue to do that as we move forward. And again, same with the laptops that Shady talked about, those students get to keep those laptops, they're theirs. And I'm going to ask you to move the slide, and I'm going to introduce my colleague, Daphne Ross, to close this out.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daphne Ross here with Say Yes Buffalo. I'm responsible for our marketing communications as well as the work of the Gates Grant that I will briefly just give you an overview of the initiatives that we are doing in partnership with the school district as well as our local college partners. So last year, we received a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for $2.9 million. And the purpose of that grant was really to increase our support of students making the transition from high school to college. We have done a lot of work over the years in helping students get to college and helping with the high school graduation rate, but it's all for nothing if they get to college and they drop out because they don't have the supports that they need in order to remain in college. So the work of this grant is really to strengthen that transition period for graduating Buffalo seniors. And we're doing that in a number of ways that I'll briefly go over. The first, near-peer mentoring, we already heard about from my colleague, Shady, who's leading that work. The second, we also briefly touched upon this, but we are piloting a college transition curriculum that Buffalo Public School students will take in their senior year. It is helping them to learn all the skills that they need to make that transition from high school to college. And we're working very closely with Kelly Baldo. Thank you to Kelly and her team for all of their work, and Ann Botticelli for getting this curriculum off of the ground. We're excited that we will have a pilot to launch in January. And then the course is a 2-year course where students will take the second part in their first semester of their freshman year at any one of the local private colleges that are listed there in front of you. But the 4 colleges that we are working with are Buffalo State, Medaille, SUNY Erie, and Villa Maria College. And this partnership is focused on those 4 schools because they represent the vast majority of where our scholars matriculate to. Most of our students who receive funding from Say Yes stay local. So between those 4 colleges, it's over 75, 80% of our population of students. The next piece was to really we took a look at the work that happens on the BPS side, and we wanted to replicate that on the college campuses. If you are familiar, we have mental health clinics and mental health supports embedded in every Buffalo public school to help our students who need support with their challenges that they're facing. So we took that work and replicated it on the college campuses, and we're able to create or expand the mental health services that are offered to our college students. So once they get to college, the support that they had at the BPS level, it just doesn't. We're able to continue that care and that support. And we also, on the K-12 side, we have family support specialists that are there to help our families navigate their non-academic challenges and barriers to high school graduation. And we did the same on the college campuses. We were able to hire 11 counselors between those 4 campuses, and they're embedded on the college campus to help students make that transition, but to also help them persist and get all the way to college graduation. As you know, we are a strategy that is trying to help students from cradle to career. So through the Gates Foundation support, we are able to help students in that really critical transition period from high school to college, but also through college completion as well. And one last piece I'll mention is the data system that we are working on in partnership with the Office of Shared Accountability. Our colleague Chris Lee is leading that work along with Ebony Bullock's team, and they are in the process of creating a data dashboard where student information can be monitored across every level from administrator to district-wide level. And the goal of that system is for it to communicate between the K-12, BPS, and with our college partners, so that once a student does enroll on a college campus, the information and the support that they were able to receive at BPS, they can get that in college. Right now, once a student graduates, if they have supports and resources or they have learning needs, that information does not translate to their college campus. They have to seek out those supports on their own. And that is one of the main reasons why students are not completing college. So with this system, the college will be able to see what support and service a student had at the BPS level, and will be able to offer that support and guidance on the college level. And that is all that we had.
Thank you, colleagues. Well done. Very appreciated. Mr. Hurd, I'll turn it back to you for board discussion.
Okay. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure that we're going to take this time to give our board members, and I'd like to have an open forum with other administrative staff members that's present to, if there are any questions you'd like to ask right now. Once again, I just want, this is a very important topic, and the future of our youth. Trying to find them great homes, for collegiate opportunities is very important. This is what we work for, and this is why we all take the positions and roles that we're in now. And I just want to make sure that we reach out to every child that has the opportunity to go to college, and we continue on with this great work. I'm gonna start taking questions. I do have a hand up right now from Ms. McCosey.
Hello, everyone. I don't even know if the word impressive is what I'm looking for. I think that there is so many moving parts, and all of them in a positive direction. And I think that there's no issue here, but making sure that whatever can be done, from who we just heard from, with communicating to the community what the opportunities are. There's so many rich opportunities that we just want to make sure everybody knows about. So I have 2 questions on the collaboration effort. One, how does everyone kind of make sure that everything is in place? Once, the Say Yes does their part to make sure that everybody understands and knows, that connects with them, or how are we utilizing those same folks that, when I heard that you have folks that are coming in to help out in your centers, are they also liaisons to make sure this is being communicated to all the public on top of who they're speaking to? So just making sure we're all in connection with the same programs, like how does that look as far as like collaborating? And then my real concern and question is, there's so many opportunities for those who understand and know and where to go and how to get there. But when you do the data person, the data, Mr. Hills had spoke about it, that data person, does it start there when you start realizing the folks, especially because of COVID, the students who maybe are not able to connect or are not participating or we don't hear from, those students, to me, I'd like to know, how do we collaborate across the line, Say Yes, and all of these great opportunities? How do we make sure that those students are not being lost? Are the data people starting, making sure that the Say Yes folks are reaching out and you're all in consistent collaboration around these students who maybe are not participating enough, or we're realizing that they're not showing up in class? What, to me, I'm looking for, and you may not be able to answer it now, but what is the process to make sure that everybody is following like a particular student? John Smith has not come to class for the last month, and who's following up with John Smith on top of the data person? Is it these folks that are coming in from Buff State? Are they also in collaboration with the data person to make sure that they're not missing any deadlines for these, when the guidance counselors are working together? Like, all these moving pieces are fantastic, but I'd like to know, how do we collaborate and not miss the boat and connect when we have even just one student who's not, especially with COVID, who's not really in participation, not knowing what those reasons are. And as far as the laptops go, Say Yes, and Betsy, when you were talking about that, absolutely fantastic. And if there's any way we can make sure that everybody knows that this is a possibility, if they don't have one moving forward, like, let me help figure that out, because there's let us all know how we can make sure that's communicated.
So, Board Member McCosey, that is an excellent, insightful framing of the issue that a lot of schools are working with. The one benefit of having this new world of Teams meetings and virtual connection is schools are able to have a lot more frequent team meetings where they pull in everyone involved with intervening with students. So once it becomes apparent in the data that the data champion sees there's this kid falling through the cracks, they bring it back to the team, and the team has the student support members from the special ed counselor, the social worker, the psychologist. They're there. The administrative team are there. The Say Yes site facilitator will be part of that meeting. The family support specialist can be brought in. From counseling services and guidance, the guidance counselors are part of that. So they're able to convene in ways that we haven't been able to as easily in brick and mortar, because there's so many other things going on. And those teams are meeting very, very regularly to make sure that the ball is being handed off from person to person to keep track of these kids that when their indicators are falling through the cracks. Very often, it's one person who figures out how to connect to them on social media. Mm-hmm. Very often, schools are bringing into the team a teacher that has a strong connection with that student, whether it's the family liaison, an advisor, or just a teacher they've always connected with, and they're able to bring all those together. And sometimes it's just about getting that one phone number, or the one new address, and being able to make that connection point. So it's really all hands on deck, but those cohort reviews and those data champions are able to kind of single out those students that might be falling through the cracks.
That is really good to hear. Thank you. So you're all at the table at the same time is basically what I was asking. Long drawn out question to get that answer. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McCosey, for your inquiry. Next, we have another hand raised from City Hall, 807.
That's me, Terrence.
Okay.
Lou Petrucci here. I just had a question. It's great that we get so many kids into college and programs these days. There's been a market improvement. Thank you very much for all of your efforts. I'm just wondering about the retention, completion, and graduation rate for these kids once they get to whether it's a program or a college or whatever it may be. I'm just wondering if you're tracking that, if you can speak a little bit to it.
Sure, I can take that question. This is Betsy from Say Yes. So yes, we absolutely are tracking that. And we work closely actually with the Buffalo Public School District to do that with the Office of Peer Accountability. We get a list of high school seniors from them, and we work with an entity called the National Student Clearinghouse, which is really the preeminent data collection warehouse for student data in the post-secondary environment. And what we've seen is the way they look at it is 6-year cohorts. So on average, it takes a student at least 3 years to complete a associate's degree and at least 5 years to complete a bachelor's degree. So they look at 6-year cohorts so that they can see the full scope. And as you know, we've only been in place for 8 years. So we have our first round of 6-year data that compares the class of 2013 to the class of 2012. And we do see a couple percentage point increase in the retention and the completion of degrees. So we are seeing that, that increase in persistence, but then also in actually completing a degree.
And a follow-up, is it, I know that that's one thing that sometimes SUNY sometimes glosses over is their graduation rate for students that matriculate. Is it higher than the SUNY rate just in general?
I actually don't know the I don't know the answer to that question, but we could look that up and get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have a couple more hands up. Next, we have Board President Sharon Belton-Cotman.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. I appreciate the work that you're doing. My questions basically are dealing with the data associated with this. I have questions of the number of seniors do we currently have? How many are on the path to graduate? How many credit hours? I know somewhere there has to be a report here that if you're meeting with these people, our young people, certainly there's data that's available. I'm curious to know what the true picture reflects. I'm also curious to know how many of our children who graduated last year attended college this year. Are we at a low? Are we at a high? Where are we with that? So it's great. I love the report, but it speaks volumes. And if the supports are in place in each school, then I would imagine that there are for each school. And so I'd like to know when the board can have a copy of those reports so that we can see what's going on inside our buildings. Concerns that the community is stating that we're losing our school students during this period of time. And if it's not true, then I want to be able to have the information to support that. And if it is, then I figured we would do some extra things to try to reduce that. So does the data exist is the question. And when can we see it?
Yes, absolutely exists, President Cotman. Toya, are you on board? Are you there? Toya Wilson.
Yeah, yes, I'm online.
Could you just sort of re-emphasize what we've been discussing in staff meetings about how we are, from the very beginning of the year, providing an array of supports for our seniors in particular, and how we're keeping that data. We started it last year much more rigorously than we've ever had in the past, and that's why our graduation rate got to 76.2, because we were tracking every single student and making sure they were in the proper cohort and making sure they were getting the services and supports that they need. So that was last year. And now this year, and that was last year, and we started in the spring or started later in the year. Actually, we started in January and got those results. This year, we started from the very beginning of the year, and we expect to see equally impressive results. So what can you say to this issue or this narrative that we're losing students or somehow we're not addressing the needs of our students? Could you correct that, please?
So absolutely. That is the work that was mentioned through that graduation tracker. That has become really critical work. And so it actually, we have the ability to drill down on every single school to look at the true cohort, because a graduation cohort is actually defined by when you start ninth grade. So it's not necessarily by your grade level, it's necessarily when you start ninth grade, the state expects you to be graduating in 4 years. And so when you pull up our data dashboard, you can drill down to each school and you can see where we are in every single category of tracking students by credit, by course that they need, by Regents exams that they need, or whether they received exemptions. And so it really does have a good breakdown on, are these students on track for college success? That have we gotten them to APs? What's going on with that? Are these students on track to graduate to make sure that we can get them off to the next level to be successful? Who is looking like they're slightly off track? Slightly off track. What can we do to help improve whatever we need to make sure that these students are getting back on track? And then the students who are our triage students, how do we really look at, okay, something really is out of whack with these students. What's the plan to support them? So when you look at the overall numbers, you see that, and I'm on the data dashboard now as we speak. And this is live data that is new to our principals. This is something that Ebony Bullock and the OSA team has really worked hard to roll out, and it's impressive. It's something that the principals were exposed to and have gotten trained on, and they are really loving it. So I'm looking at the total cohort, and it looks like 2,480. And then it gives me a breakdown by school of how many kids actually fall into that category. But then I can go deeper and I can drill down to individual students to look at what's going on specifically. And that's the cohort review that David Hills mentioned earlier. I call it the war room, because you walk in and everybody has a laptop open, a piece of information about what's going on with that student, and we're cross-referencing it. We're looking at, okay, these two students look like they're on track because they have Regents exams, but okay, their attendance have fallen off in the last 3 weeks. Something's going on. And then we dig deeper. There's something going on with the family. Okay, so how are we helping? That's a true example of a couple of students who are sitting in our high schools. So just that team really does dig deep to make sure that as we look at these cohort numbers, we continue to try to connect every single student to make sure they're going to be successful.
Thank you, Toya. I think that was very comprehensive. President Cotman, do you have any follow-up for that?
Yes, I do. I'm glad. I do believe that each high school and their support for each student. And I don't think that the community doesn't think that the people in the schools are not doing their jobs. Conversation is that they have seen, I've been told that there's an increase of the amount of students who are working now during these times, and that they have not been able to maintain their so my next question is, what percentage of the students are on track to graduate? Okay, since you've got the information there. And my question is, coming from corporate America, is, are we approaching this in a uniform way? So there's a problem at one school and the principal leaves, and another principal come in and pick up where that principal was and trying to move things to the next level. Because my concern is making sure that, yes, we had a great graduation rate last year. Thank goodness for COVID. We didn't have to take any tests, so we were able to boost things up in a big way. It'll be the same way. But in moving forward, percentage of our students, or do we need to spread the alarm to the community that our children are not, our seniors are struggling and they need support? It's not just a Buffalo public school issue. This is a community issue when our children don't graduate and aren't successful. I want some ownership if there is a trend going on, that they can be somewhat held, somewhat accountable as well in the community to wrap around these individuals with some support as well. So I'm interested in the data. If the data is out there, I'd like to see what it looks like.
So, President Cotman, if I could, in my haste, I'm looking at the dashboard and I jumped right in prior to, and I'm looking at it again, and the number is actually 2,608 that's in this cohort. And when we look at who's on track, we really want to look at who at this point has 16 credits in 3 regions, because those students we know are going to graduate. And right now, we have 1,932 students who fall into that category, which puts us at 74% on track to graduate.
I'm talking about. Great. That's what I'm talking about. Now we can brag on that.
Yes, we can.
I can argue somebody that point. That we are reaching at least 70, almost 75, 3/4 of our students on target to graduate, and we have issues with 25%, and we're working those as well. So that we can work with that.
Yeah, and that's much further ahead than we were last year. So we expect, with the systems we have in place, and that Ms. Wilson has brought along with her colleagues, and they're sharing best practices at their principal meetings, they will bring that number up considerably from there. So we're on this every day, every week, all throughout the year. Thank you for that question. And I think what we can do also, President Cotman, is have periodic updates on just that in our board work sessions. You know, maybe once a month or every 2 months. Every 2 months, say, could you just bring us up to date on the senior class?
Okay, and so you would also have in that your information about the amount of students who are the percentage of seniors that are actively enrolled in school as far as coming to attend on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Those numbers are there and things like that. So
Yeah.
The dashboard I really am impressed with the work that Ebony and her team have done in a very short time. It's a really comprehensive dashboard. And so there's different components of it. And you can dig deep into attendance. That's one component. It's on a different page on what I'm on right now. But then you can sort to make sure that you can look at just students in certain cohorts, or by grade level. Because remember, I talked about cohort being different from grade level, and that matters. You have to really switch your thinking when you're talking about the two. But I will say, this number of 1932 and 74%, that number is going to fluctuate and change. But just as we started last year, we started lower than where we landed, and we ended up higher than the 74%. So definitely, we are on track to beat the graduation results we had last year, to improve.
Thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. If you don't have any questions, please take your hands down. And the next person that we have up is Board Member at Large, Larry Scott.
So my first reaction is this is just very insightful information, the presentation, the discussion that we're having. I think, Betsy, you mentioned some advantages of this remote approach and reaching students and reaching families. You know, there is this narrative out there that this remote instruction is just doom and gloom for our students. And it seems like that's not an entirely accurate picture of what's occurring. And I'm just wondering if, just generally speaking, there's other advantages that staff and SAYS Buffalo staff have experienced in this remote model that seem to be an advantage right now for our students and for our families.
So colleagues, that is what your board topic in the student achievement section, where you see first marking period in review, we're specifically going to address a wide array of emerging practices that can you hear me? Okay. A wide array of emerging practices that are, with evidence, proving to be actually much more helpful to students than we ever imagined. That whole topic is going to be devoted to that. And you're going to hear a very impressive presentation backed with specific data and evidence that frankly flips that whole negative narrative on its head about what's going on with remote learning, especially in terms of Buffalo Public Schools. So you're gonna get an inside look backed with data about where we are and where we still need to go. We know none of this is perfect, but when we do come back to in-person learning, we will have now a double-edged tool package of in-person instruction that is going to become exemplary because we're learning so much in the remote and we're staying focused on our instructional priorities and our walkthroughs. But then we also have these emerging practices and data with in-person learning. So great question, Larry, but if you could just hold till right after that Jesse Ketchum presentation part or topic item, then we go into that, and that'll answer all of those questions for the listening audience and for you, board members.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe we have any more questions up right now, but I do have a few questions I would like to ask myself. And one of the things that I want to refer to is about having an aggressive approach by our guidance department. I know that Say Yes is doing a wonderful job assisting the district and helping with these goals. I mean, it's phenomenal just to hear the number of programs that's being offered right now and through grants and through working with the Buffalo Public staff. But I'd like to know, is there I requested a list of contacts from our guidance department that reaches our students, that's talking to our students about college education and scholarships. Do we have anything like that?
When you say a list of who's talking to the students other than the counselors?
Yes, the guidance counselor and the, well, the first question is the guidance department, just to make sure each guidance counselor who's working in each school is having contacts with the students.
Yes, they utilize the Schoology and they also utilize Teams to make sure that they are interacting with the seniors, especially to make sure that applications are filled out. So they are actively engaged with students, Mr. Hurd, on a weekly, daily basis. They also have team meetings with them. They also push into, like I said, the senior classes to make sure that they're communicating what is needed, where they are, and they also do robocalls home. So they are doing active communications to make connections.
Okay, I did talk to a couple of students that did say they haven't had any communication with their guidance department, and I asked them to call their principals to rectify that situation, just to get a beat on that. I just want to make sure that every guidance counselor is actually reaching out to every student along with the programs.
The other thing too is you can have them contact me. Have the students contact and parents contact me as well. So.
Okay. The second question is there a list of programs that's offered at each school? Can we have a list of that? Because we know that some schools have some programs and it's under some grants, but just so we can have a understanding of what's being offered at each school, make sure all our schools are being treated.
Yeah, we can get you a list.
Please, thank you. Another question that I had referred to campus visits. I know this year it was impossible to do the campus visits, but how was it conducted in the past, and how many children normally works with the campus visits?
We're doing virtual tours now.
Okay.
So typically, majority of our seniors take a college tour in the fall. And remember, we have the big NACAC fair in the spring. So that includes 10th, 11th graders, because typically by spring, our seniors have already made up their mind. So we start bringing in the 10th and 11th graders for the NACAC fair in the fall. We provide busing, depending on how many students participate. I know McKinley usually have 8 buses. So we usually have a robust amount of students that attend that NACAC fair. In addition to, like I said, the Western New York Consortium that comes in every fall, they also bring in their counselor admission officers to sit down and have contact with those students as well. We've also done the HBCU tours down the road in Rochester. We provide busing for that. So we've also had the Empower Me Tour that was this past November, the weekend of the 20th and the 21st. We are really, and Say Yes has provided busing and transportation to different college tours as well, as young as 7th and 8th graders. So we're really starting to get those kids on board a lot sooner.
Okay. Well, what I would like to see is possibly on the Buffalo Public School website that there could be an actual link that goes to working with college and college tours, working with scholarships, and working with helping with college admissions, taking tests. It'll be nice to have a separate department or a separate link on that webpage that's a parent can go to and see what programs are offered, and to see how can they help their children in college education.
Have you looked at the guidance website recently?
I did take a look, but I'd like to see the link on the BPS webpage that will go directly to it.
Okay, so you want it on the district website?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We can do that. And we could probably also connect with Office of Parent and Family Engagement too, because they usually tie-in. So we can ask them to put one on their link, on their page, so they can connect to the BPS, the guidance website too.
Thank you, that'd be wonderful.
Are we able to wrap up, Mr. Hurd, because we are an hour and a half into this meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Just a couple more questions. Thank you. Do we have data on how many our children took the PSAT or SATs this past year?
You mean 2020? 2019?
Yes.
Yes, I can get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
So you need the numbers of 10th and 11th graders that took the PSATs. Okay.
And Ms. Younger, you mentioned instant administration. You're speaking of University of Buffalo. Could you go more into that about instant administration?
Instant admissions, they will have college admission officers come to the district per school, and they do instant admissions on site. So evaluating the transcript and telling the students that they're accepted. UB, there's probably a little bit more detail for UB, but as far as ECC and NCCC, Bryan and Stratton, they do them all the time. So we always have them set up there.
That doesn't specify guaranteed admission, though.
Instant admit, it does.
It does, okay.
They're instantly, yeah.
And just to close out, about the Say Yes program, you know that about the Say Yes scholarships and how they work with the SUNY system. But I also understand that the Say Yes also work with private colleges across the country and HBCUs. Can you go a little bit more detailed into that? And how can a child apply for a private or HBCU college? And also the money that the family would have to put just in case they do get accepted to one of these out-of-state colleges or universities?
Well, I can talk, right now, Say Yes only has 2 HBCUs on their list. That's in North Carolina, South Carolina, Benedict, and Bennett College.
I can actually update you on that number, Ms. Younger. It's actually, we now are up to 5 because we've filled that list. So we've got Benedict, Bennett, Simmons College in Kentucky, Quinn College, and Morehouse.
Oh, Morehouse is on there. Wow.
So we have Benedict, Simmons, Quinn, Morehouse, and there was one more?
Bennett.
I'm sorry, he's talking at the same time.
Bennett.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, first I'd like to thank Mr. David Russ for putting together such a wonderful team over at Say Yes Buffalo, and also Dr. Hills for your presentations, Ms. Younger, Ms. Barron, Tommy McLean, Ms. Shady and Mrs. Ross. Thank you again for taking the time to help put this presentation together and inform our parents about the opportunities for our children and working with our district. I believe we have one more hand raised. Is that?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay. Thank you again, once again. And as of right now, we're going to end the Educational Support Committee meeting and turn over to Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown over student achievement.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Very thorough. I'm familiar with some of the pre-college programs. I was one of the first directors of Liberty Partnerships program at the university back in the day. So I'm getting ready to tell my age, but they're still viable, and that's a good thing. Mr. Hurd. Okay, so now we're going to get into student achievement. 4 things actually to cover: Jesse Ketchum School Choice Resolution, period and review, emancipation curriculum overview, and reopening of schools update. First, we're going to look at sometimes when we look at remote learning, and I think just, globally, we look at, or we think about putting a child at a computer, period. What we don't say is kids are learning live from educators, teachers who are actually teaching them. And so it's a different feel, and it's real. So I think, with that explanation, it provides more of a transparency about what we mean when we talk about remote learning. Dr. Cash is going to get more into that, but I needed to get that off my chest. And then we also, as a district, don't talk about what we really do. We do some good work. We have 52 learning hubs in this community, and you don't hear about that. But these are hubs that young people can go physically every day and do remote learning with a teacher, and also get meals, and the parents can go to work and feel good about their day because their kids are being supervised. Okay, so those are 2 things I wanted to get off my chest. We talk about the Jesse Ketchum School Choice Resolution discussion. This is from our November 18th board meeting that Lou Pertucci and Sharon Belton Cotman, our president, co-authored. There's a couple of us that also signed on the resolution. I was one, Jen McCluskey and Paulette Woods. Tabled at the time because some board members felt like it couldn't be done first. Secondly, there were legalities, that kind of thing. So we tabled it. So today, I want to refer to Lou before I turn it over to Dr. Cash. Lou? Okay.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I've received it. Kathy, myself, and some of the other board members have reached out to me about the resolution. We've made some progress in terms of we've been able to identify a process whereby we believe that by moving the date up that we'd be able to accomplish this goal. But there's still some, based on discussion that we're having, one thing we still need to work out is for some of our schools that start admitting children in 5th grade, how those are going to be handled. So as the conversation continues, we still have a little bit more. So at this point, we're going to keep it on the table, but we're just not ready to go through into a deep discussion right now because the first marking period, the emancipation curriculum, and the reopening are going to take a lot of time. So we really want to devote to, based upon my conversation with Dr. Evans-Brown, that those are going to be our 3 priorities for this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Lou. Cash, I'm going to now provide you with the form. Do you have any update on this Jesse Ketchum School Choice Resolution at all?
I do. In addition to the technical issues, colleagues, that were stated, we get that, and I think we can work those through. What I like about it is it needs to be part of a whole cloth strategy to start to increase the number of minority children that get access, earned access into our criterion schools. And so that was what I thought was why the resolution was such a good idea, is that instead of just saying we need to set aside seats for minority children, well, we need to set aside seats for students that we know can succeed at City Honors and happen to be minority. These students have already proven that they're excellent students in all of the array of criteria that we acknowledge excellence. So I thought it was a good idea to say, absolutely, we should set. Now, once we see what makes a difference and what number we need to set, is it two set-asides? Is it 7 set-asides? Is it 15 set-asides? And then let those students who want to go to City Honors go, regardless of whether it's after the end of the 8th grade year, it's been set aside. Now, what I've noticed is that most of the students in the Jesse Ketchum population, they do get their choices. They tend to get their first and second choices, is what I've seen. Now, we'll look at that some more. But I love the idea as part of a larger strategy, because you're going to hear about it soon, a larger strategy for how to start increasing the number of minority children who deserve to be in City Honors and can take seats there, and start to offset this long inequity and discrimination that has occurred in parts of our system. So that's why I want the resolution to stay viable and then become part of our strategy in that regard.
Okay,
so thank you, board members, for sponsoring that.
There's a couple of hands. President Kopman, followed by Dr. Rivera.
And so, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be clear that when the resolution was written, okay, and any resolution that's presented to this board, viewed by legal before it is put before this board. And so in order for the resolution to get clearance, our counsel, Nate Kuzman, reviewed the resolution. I'd also like to say that there are a large number of students who are not minority, part of the Jesse Ketchum Award. And I want to make sure that you understand that this is an academic set aside, so to speak, and it is acceptable and it is legal. Okay, it is warranted based on a condition other than race, and so it is acceptable. So I wanted to be clear with that. That are going on now are the same issues that would have gone on had the resolution been passed. Dr. Cash, as listed in the final paragraph, and staff would bring back to the board their recommendation on how to implement and expedite this. So just wanted to put that in there because there was some misunderstanding that it may not have been legal. It is a legal document, a legal request. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera?
Thank you very much. Mostly, I wanted to just make a comment that I really feel like resolutions such as these are critical, especially since we recently passed an equity resolution. I think that doing as many ways as possible, multiple ways to increase equity and opportunity for our historically underserved populations in the district is critical. This would be one piece. But I like the idea of an expansion of thinking about these things, about ways in which to make this happen, to recognize, as President Compton points out, academic excellence, but also to identify students who have the potential for academic excellence, and because of the ways in which the system has worked, haven't necessarily had the opportunity to be recognized and to give them that opportunity to move forward, to access all of the different academic opportunities, especially, and this is an especially important thing to say on the heels of our last conversation about Say Yes and about access in college and retention and success in college. It's all of a piece. So I look forward to working more on this with everyone. Really important thing. And I think that we should be thinking large, right? This is one, we should think about what it looks like in 5th grade to do this kind of initiative. We should be thinking about what it looks like to identify students who need this kind of support and opportunity, because our students are very talented. All of our students are very talented, and they deserve that recognition.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more hands as relate to the Jesse Ketchum school choice. Lou, you have your hand up in City Hall from the last time.
I'm sorry, Dr. Evans Brown, I took it down.
Thank you. And so, yeah, I think, you know, as a district, we always have to think high standards for all children. We have very talented children in this district, and we want to give them every opportunity of choice. With that said, this is going to be an item on the student achievement agenda until it's resolved. So moving on, I want to now forward the next 3 points actually to Dr. Cash, and he can introduce how he's going to present that with his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Evans Brown. This next topic is called First Marking Period in Review. And I want to set this up a little bit. If you recall, we started the year in remote instruction, and we all stood together out in front of City Hall and basically outlined the rationale for why we would start remotely. At that time, coming out of the summer even, and beginning into September, we were starting to see an uptick in cases, and we just felt that it would be good to start our school year remotely. And then after about 4 to 6 weeks, we would take a look at it, see where we were, how we were going, what were some of the promising practice, and what were some of the areas that we needed to be especially vigilant about. 4 to 6 weeks came, and it became clear that it was not a good idea to stop and start something different for a large school system in the middle of the first quarter. We were starting to get some momentum. Staff was starting to get stability and connection with their students and their first teacher. And I made the recommendation to you, and you consensus supported it to continue throughout the first quarter with remote learning. So that's where we are. We're past the first quarter. We have some data that have begun to come in relation to it. But most importantly, we've been working tirelessly day and night, through the weekend, through the week, with our principals, with our teachers, to learn about their experiences and what we needed to do as a district to continue to support our great teaching staff who have just been magnificent this quarter in a way that I've never seen before. And then our principal and administrative teams who have been magnificent this quarter in ways that I've never seen before. So I asked staff to work closely with their principals. I've been meeting with the principals. I've been meeting with teachers and groups and leaders and all kind of folks myself. But more importantly, I wanted the staff to tell us what they were seeing and finding with this experience. Because the narrative of remote learning doesn't work, or remote learning we know is no good. It's not good for our children. folks who aren't in the classroom and aren't doing this work every day tend to make that statement a little bit too quickly for me. Comes a little bit too quickly. And what we need to do is start sharing what actually is occurring and what some of the promising practices that are emerging that we can then use to help students grow their whole rest of their life. Because just like we talk about certain things are a new normal, learning how to be adept and facile in the use of remote learning and in a virtual environment, that's the new normal. That's the new normal in the business community. That's the new normal in work organizations. That's the new normal inside homes. And all these folks are at home working because their businesses and their organization says you can work remote for the rest of the year. Students need to get into that too, because their first job may require them to be really, really good with remote kinds of work. So that's what you're going to hear tonight. We don't buy that narrative that this isn't working, this isn't good, and all of that stuff. We are at this work every day. This is our profession. This is what we do. Now, we know it's not the best of all worlds to be right in front of a great teacher. That's always going to be the best thing. And that's what we want for our students in the best of all worlds. But while we're in this situation, which is extraordinary, and you'll hear me say more about it later, then let's make the best of what we've been dealt, okay? And so let's hear about that. And so I'm really, really excited to turn it over to our inimitable, see that? That's a hard word, and I learned it. Inimitable Dr. Cassandra Wright, who will speak on behalf of many, many colleagues tonight. And her energy and her passion for this work is second to none. And she will go through about 6 or 7 slides. But colleagues, what I want you to listen carefully for is her notes and her voiceovers and her evidence and her data points that she's going to start sharing with you to show, not that it's perfect, not that we say it should supplant great first teaching, but I'll be darned if that narrative that is out there is correct, okay? And we're going to take that script right now, right tonight, right today. So, Dr. Wright, take it over. Knock it out.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Cash, Madam Chair, Dr. Evans-Brown, Madam President, Cotman, board members, and colleagues. I am excited to talk to you tonight in quantifiable data points around the positive, wonderful, and impactful practices that are happening in our schools on a daily basis. Mike, do you mind putting up the PowerPoints, please? So I'm going to talk to you about our first marking period in review. The next slide. So we know that we have been operating under a theory of action. The next slide, please, Mike. We know that great leadership, great teaching, and great community support is what makes schools successful. Now, I found a quote by Judy Smith, who is a renowned crisis manager. What she said was, there's always an opportunity with crisis. Just as it forces an individual to look inside of himself, it forces a company, but for public schools, to re-examine its policies and practices. And that's what we have started doing as of March 13th, set in motion to begin an online instruction for over 30,000 students. First, I want to acknowledge that we are in an unprecedented time. Who would have known that we would be in this space where we were catapulted from the comfort of normalcy into a space where we were all struggling to navigate? Now, during these times, anxiety kicks in and emotions cause people to feel unsettled, but I need to let you know that there are members of our community who have remained clear-headed and steadfast in their mission to ensure that every single child under their care receives the best possible form of education in these surreal circumstances. our school leaders, our administrators, our principals, our assistant principals, our teacher leaders, they have done phenomenal work. So we know that necessity is the mother of invention. And our building leaders have done an amazing job creating and keeping in step with emerging best practices now and when we return to in-person instruction. So during this presentation, we're going to be talking about this notable work that has been done under the leadership of the Board of Education and Superintendent Cash. So we'll talk about student and family engagement, remote instruction, equity and accountability, equity and opportunity, kudos and opportunities for improvement. Student and family engagement. So when we think about student and family engagement, we have to talk about the multiple types of outreach we engage in, the use of personnel to make sure that our families are taken care of, and technology. Well, we used to talk about student engagement in terms of events, open houses, occasions, sign-in sheets. But now we have to think outside of the box around what does student and family engagement mean for over 32,000 students in a completely online forum. Number one, we said we need to make sure that they have technology. All of our students from pre-K to grade 12 have devices. 97% of our students have devices. An estimated 3% of our students use their own device. 30,244 students had devices out of 31,148 students. 94% of pre-K, K and 1 have their devices, and 98% of grades 2 through 12 have their devices. We realized that families had needs. They weren't able to connect through to the internet. So we distributed 4,743 hotspots. And we're still distributing internet kits from Spectrum, 552 kits as of last week were delivered. Now, it's not enough to make sure that we have connectivity and devices. We wanted to make sure that we saw our kids, so we needed to verify their attendance. Our attendance is holding strong overall at 95%. In New York City, their attendance is 85.5% remote and 82.9% in person. Rochester's current attendance is at 80%, and Yonkers, their first week of remote learning was at 85%. Now that we know that our kids are attending, we wanted to make sure that they were logging in. So Schoology usage is around 21 to 25,000 unique logins daily. We have to note that our kids are not just logging in during the school hours. We ran the reports. Our kids are logging on at night, in the middle of the night, on the weekends, on the days off. They are constantly engaged. Students can also enter instruction directly through Teams. And so we're not sure that we are actually capturing all of our students via Schoology. This is an opportunity for improvement for us to make sure that our systems are talking so that we can capture all of the data accurately. What we know, though, is minimally 21,000 to 25,000 unique Schoology logins daily. We know that there was a concern about our children who may be missing. We gauge who may be missing according to our census reports. Every single year, not just this year, every single year, we have students who are enrolled to come to school and then they change their minds. They go other places. And then there's this process of sending for reports, receiving evidence that the students have left, and then reconciling those records. What we know is that according to Data Dashboard, 1,176 students are in census out of over 32,000 that are enrolled. Last year, that census number was 1,001. One of the challenges is that because everything is online and because there are just varying systems of operations across the nation, we are seeing a lag in response time when we're requesting records. So for those families that are in census, there's outreach and supports. So we send people to homes. Teachers go to homes, teacher aides and assistants go to homes, principals go to homes, assistant principals go to homes. People are knocking on doors. School resource officers, social workers. We do to make sure that we find each and every child. We knock on the doors of the neighbors. We talk to the kids about if they've seen their colleagues, their classmates. In addition to making sure that our students are engaged academically, we wanted to make sure that they were well, that they were fed, that they were okay. So we are proud to say that in the first quarter, we delivered to families over 1,156,129 breakfasts and 1,171,332 lunches were distributed from school sites. I want you to know also, there were families that reached out to their principals or to the teachers that they have connections with, and they said, I can't get there, I've got a baby at home. It's wet, it's cold outside. So we have our family navigators, our SAS navigators, our counselors, our teacher aides and assistants, delivering meals to families. We are making sure that we are engaged with families in every way possible, not just academically, but we're trying to make sure that their needs are met. Or that we are calling families. In Infinite Campus, the teachers are asked to make sure that when they reach out to families, they log that interaction. To date, we have over 21,392 pages of recorded parent contacts in Infinite Campus. Each of those pages log about 7 to 8 contacts. Our families are important to us, and our teachers, our administrators are going above and beyond to make sure that they are connected and engaged. Those are just the logs that are in Infinite Campus. We can't quantify how many text messages, phone calls, pop-up visits that we receive from parents to teachers, from teachers to parents. And let me tell you, our students are definitely exhibiting a significant amount of agency. I can't tell you the number of principals who have said, these kids are calling me. They're reaching out to me in Schoology. They're reaching out to me in Teams because they want to talk about their situations, their academic status. Our students are also a part of this, and we're very proud of that. We have continued with formalized and informal parent conferences over our platforms. The district has set up call centers. So if a parent can't reach a school, there's a call center that they can reach, and those calls are answered, each and every one of them. We're just so proud of all of the connections that teachers, students, administrations are making with our families. There's 2 subgroups that we pay very close attention to, and that would be our special education population and our multilingual population. We do specialized things for them. For special education, we've designated a parent coordinator to support parents of students with disabilities. We've made sure that we've conducted online surveys to determine what parents are interested in accessing in-person and related services so we can implement them when we are able. We have hosted forums where we have invited students of special needs to come in and talk to us so that we can hear their voice. Our multilingual education partners, we made sure that there is full usage of talking points. Talking points allows families to text school and staff in their preferred language via the cell phone. To date, we have over 11,691 talking point messages sent to families by teachers, and the families are talking back. We have over 9,224 messages from the families to staff. We're really very proud of that. So we're not sure where this narrative of people not being engaged is coming from, but we're very pleased to support our narrative with quantifiable data that indicates that we are absolutely connecting with our parents. Why? Because they are important to us. I'd like to go on to remote instruction. Let's talk about online learning. Can we go to the next slide, please? There you go. Okay, so we're 100% online. While we're online, we are making sure that we are culturally and linguistically responsive. We also know, those of us in our positions, we are challenged by the isolation. We are challenged by the onset of shorter days. We wake up and it's dark, and by 4:30 it's dark again. We are all challenged. And if we are challenged, then we know that we have lives of a level of privilege. We are so incredibly concerned about our children. So we have made sure that we have combined all of these aspects to ensure that we develop innovative teaching and learning strategies to engage our online student personnel. So there was a question about, well, how many teachers are actually providing live virtual remote learning? We have 3,670 teachers. To date, 3,532 teachers have developed and delivered live remote instruction. Our teachers are engaged with the students. And I have to say, that small remainder, those are teachers that have the title teacher, but they are instructional coaches. They are attendance teachers. They're not necessarily individuals that would be engaging with students, but they engage with adults and families. Our guidance counselors are online doing sessions. Our SST teams, they're online with sessions with kids. Our educators are engaged. The department, the technology department, working with their skilled technicians and their student staff, they developed tools and tips to support teacher and student and family efficacy. I'm not sure if you all remember, but we have a tech squad of student leaders who conducted professional development for families and kids so that they wouldn't find such a steep learning curve. Now, based on principal input, the district had the foresight to procure several programs to accelerate student learning. So we have a learning management system, which is Schoology. We listened to the principals and the parents, and we narrowed the learning management system from the varying formats we had in March, April, May, and June to one, and now it's Schoology. Schoology allows teachers to curate academic content. It allows students to access and submit lessons. They message teachers, and teachers provide feedback. We have teams. Teams allows for virtual conferences. We have Lexia. Lexia provides literacy intervention tailored to the unique needs of students K through 12. We have Moby Max. It provides mathematics interventions tailored to the unique needs of students. And Zern. Zern provides instructional video, standards-based practice, fluency practice, tests to match each module lesson in grades 1 through 6. Mayan provides a vast collection of e-texts, including numerous culturally and responsive texts. We have online licenses for K through 8 science and social studies programs. And we've made sure that we purchased and distributed graphing calculators so that kids could use them at home. The district spared no expense to make sure that our families had the best in class online learning programs so that our kids could be engaged to a high extent. We need to also acknowledge that there are parents who really want paper or books. So we have ongoing materials distributions at the schools. So the schools send home materials, manipulatives, books, art supplies, athletic supplies, all sorts of supplies so that kids have tangible school-based supplies to support their learning at home. They're learning during synchronous or they're learning during asynchronous time. The principals saw a need and they said, hey, this is a fast-moving machine. They developed instructional handbooks for teachers. They conduct ongoing professional development for synchronous and asynchronous instruction. They've incorporated project-based instruction. The Office of Teaching and Learning has worked very closely with TNTP, developed a list of look-fors in the instructional priorities. So what does good instruction look like online versus in brick and mortar? We really had to sit and reevaluate that. So Anne and her team, working with principals and coaches, they work collaboratively to develop a list of what you should be looking for, principals and assistant principals and coaches, when you are supporting online instruction. So on that note, I want to say that our Chief Academic Officer, I want to give a quick shout out to school number 59. She visited 59 and saw some exemplary practices there. I think that board members will be very proud to know that the New York State Education blog featured our own Build Academy because of the exemplary online instruction strategies that they saw. That's fire. They could have gone anywhere in New York State. They landed in Buffalo and captured the wonderful things that are going on. Again, I don't know where that other narrative is coming from, but I'm presenting you with quantitative evidence to demonstrate to you that while this is not optimal, I'm not saying that. It is necessary though. So while we are in this state of what is necessary to ensure the safety and the education of our students, we are watching our principals do amazing things. So CLRI, it didn't stop, it ramped up. Our teachers, our school teams, our equity champions are developing and implementing school-wide online strategies. They're not stopping at anything to make sure that our children are respected and valued. This crisis has helped people who have been in a privileged state have some level of understanding of what it's like to feel isolated, of what it's like to feel powerless. And those feelings have catapulted them into making sure that our children are recognized for being the phenomenal, diverse population that they are. So Our principals are ensuring that their teachers and their staff are able to view videos from Dr. Emden whenever they want to. They are having book studies on books like Cultivating Genius. There's active participation in opportunities like we had today with Dr. X Kendi. It was phenomenal. And our teachers and administrators are taking what they're learning from CLRI and making sure that they are supporting our families who are in need. We know what the demographics of Buffalo looks like. And we know that there is brilliance in all of our students. And we know that we have to work hard to make sure that they all shine. And that's what's happening. Social-emotional learning. Wow, I don't think I'll be able to say enough about this, but I do want you all to know that Dr. Tanja Williams and her team, they have done a phenomenal job of making sure that the school counselors are fully engaged. We have school counselors that are holding grade level meetings. They are actively engaged in observing not only our students, but our faculty and staff. We're making sure that there are still cultural enrichment activities or virtual performances via our artistic departments. There's virtual PBIS, Schoology badges, virtual awards, celebratory assemblies. We have school psychologists who created short yoga videos for students and staff. They're making sure that there's daily announcements with student celebrations, sending home certificates of perfect online attendance for the first quarter. Paraprofessionals are engaged and they are taking self-paced courses so that they can be a part of this community. We don't want them to feel marginalized. Everything that we do is first to make sure that we are taken care of emotionally so that we can be there completely for the children. Again, our sensitive subgroups of the special education students and our multilingual learners, our special education department, the psychologists hold office hours to support parents who need assistance with their children's behavior or challenges with adjusting to what we have to do to keep them safe. Our multilingual department is having a heavy focus on our Native American families. There have been 56 Nearpod activities launched and posted on the Native American Resource Program webpage. There's been coordinated field trips to the Smithsonian Museum of the American Indian in New York City. We're doing everything that we can to make sure that people feel valued and included. Ann Botticelli is going to talk with you about equity and accountability.
Good evening. I'm going to begin by speaking a little bit about grading for equity. We know that we need to be cognizant that many students have been adversely affected by the pandemic. We don't have a way to know what every student is experiencing, but we do know that many students feel the stress and have struggled in many aspects, including academics, because of the pandemic. So knowing this, we took a step back and reevaluated our existing board regulation, which governs the way we grade. And we made it some modifications to that practice to better adapt to the needs of our students. So we've allowed a broader window for students to submit assignments. So you might see some students receiving an incomplete for the marking period. That means that they have some missing assignments that might have caused them to receive a score that would have been below a 65. And we're working with those students. We're creating plans to support those students and allowing them to submit those assignments so that they can recapture their grade. Schools are in the middle of creating action plans for students who might be struggling for various reasons, who might have had trouble completing work or connecting with the school during the first quarter. We have an increased emphasis on communication with families because we know that the families are our partners in this work and that we need their support to help their students be successful. So it's very important whenever we see that a student might have some missing assignments or might be struggling with particular concepts in class, we want to reach out to those families to make sure that we connect and together work toward a plan to support the student. For that reason, we also have office hours in place in our schools. So often when students are working asynchronously, they're able to log in if they have questions, and they can connect with the teacher of that course, or the teacher can pull small groups to help support those students. But we know that that is only one of the many strategies that schools are going to have to implement to make sure that all of our students are successful. We've also added additional reporting tools in our Infinite Campus system. That includes a grading snapshot, a record of incomplete assignments, a parent-teacher correspondence tab that my colleagues alluded to earlier. So when we reach out to families, we can keep a record of that contact, and then we can go back to that to make sure that we've connected with families. And we can also monitor gradebook usage. And all those tools support our principals to help the teachers who are helping our students. So it's one of the many ways that we're trying to make sure that we cross every T, dot every I, and we don't let any students fall through the cracks. Based on that new work, we have collected some preliminary data related to first quarter marking period grades. We're still working with schools to verify everything, but right now we've been able to pull a data sample of 113,342 grades in the 4 core subject areas. So that would be English, math, science, and social studies. And so within that 113,000 grades, we see that 75% of our students have received either an outstanding or a satisfactory, which are used in our primary grades, or the equivalent of an A, B, C, or D in a numeric grade. So about 75% of our students fell into that category. We had another 6% of our students who either received continuing supports needed, which is roughly the equivalent of a needs improvement, or they received below a 65 on their marking period average. And then we have approximately 18% of our students who received an incomplete for the marking period. And those are some of our target students that schools are in the process of making plans right now to support those students to ensure that they can make up any missing assignments and recapture a numeric grade for the quarter. We know that we need to help our schools with a framework to do this work. So schools right now, as they create individual plans, have been given a range of different strategies that they can select from, and they can also create their own strategies. So a document was shared with them that lists a number of strategies for communicating with families, better communication practices for students, all students in the classroom, and then additional strategies for students who might be struggling with an incomplete. We've provided strategies to help teachers better organize classes and to help students learn organizational strategies, because we know sometimes lack of organization can prevent students from being as successful as we would like. And then we've provided strategies to help students prioritize and plan to make up any missing assignments they might have. And one of the key strategies is talking to the student and discovering what barriers might exist, and then making plans to help overcome those barriers. Helping students who might have a number of missing assignments take a small bite of that bigger puzzle and make a realistic plan to recover their grade. We're currently releasing a PD and some demo courses in Schoology to give teachers exemplar practices that they can use to structure their own class and curate the content in their own course in Schoology. We've also provided schools with look-fors, and I know my colleagues spoke to this, but it's best practice. What should we be seeing in a classroom in this remote environment? Because we know it's different, but we still have the same instructional priorities that we've been having for the past few years. We know what good instruction looks like. We just need to tailor it for this particular environment. In terms of special education, CSE meetings are still being held virtually, and we're actually implementing a plan now to increase student voice and self-advocacy So they began meeting with 8th grade students in 15-1 and 12-1-1 classes to make these students aware of the differentiated program offerings at the high school level and to help them feel that they have a better handle on their options and the choices they can make as they go to the high school. Many of these students have reported that they feel more informed as they select new schools and fill out choice applications. We're also in the middle of our strategic plan. We're currently working to deliver effective specially designed instruction and to monitor that at the school level. We're tracking credits to increase the graduation rate, and again, working to increase student voice. The Multilingual Education Department has been working with IT and has held a number of multilingual family days to provide families language supports and ensure that they felt confident when they came to pick up their devices and they could use them when they were at home. They've held various community meetings via Teams to discover what might be working or not working for our multilingual families and to make sure that we could address any concerns they might have with remote learning. And they've also adopted an assessment tool called Anil, which lets them assess bilingual education and the students' acquisition of Spanish. An additional support has already been brought up by my colleagues, but the data dashboard has recently gone live. And it's continually built out with principal input. And so now principals can look at their attendance rates at their building. They can pull assessment scores for students. They have a graduation tracker. They can look at the suspensions at their building. And with that data at their fingertips, they can make more informed plans for their school. OSA has also identified data champions at each school, and that particular person will be trained to track and aggregate and review student data. Again, this will help us as we make plans for students to recover lost learning. Schools are continually holding data meetings, and we've developed an ELL early warning indicator report, collaboration with the multilingual division, and will to make sure that everything is interpreted correctly and that we have wellness checks and support for our families. And I'm just going to mention it again. You recently approved the purchase of graphing calculators for at-home use for our students who are taking courses like algebra. So we are very excited to be able to provide those to students in the very near future. And Dr. Wright, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. Mike, can we go to the next slide? We're going to talk about equity and opportunity. So when we're thinking about equity and opportunity, we're thinking about wraparound strategies for our families, encore and enrichment, and advanced placement. So connecting all students. I know that some people think that now that we're online, we are minimizing opportunities for students to be engaged in rigor. So we have evidence that says that's not the case. But first I want to talk about the in-depth home support that we are giving to our families. So again, we know the demographics that we have here in the city of Buffalo. We know what the poverty rate is like. We know that many people are out of work. There's deep need. There's a need for counseling. There's a need for additional tutoring. There's a need for support in translating. There's a need for IT help. There's a need for clothing and food. And I can't quantify to what extent our building and central office personnel are going above and beyond to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our families. Are there one or two people that perhaps didn't get connected to? That may be the case. But I heard the counselor earlier say, well, tell them to call me. So if there's someone who is saying, well, I didn't get a call or I wasn't supported, let us know and let us do the work. I have to let you know, for our data, there's a very small amount. When you're talking about 32,000 families, children, there's a very small amount that may not have been reached. And they are using you and their relationship with you as their agency so that they can connect with us. So please don't see it as a lack of involvement. Compliment yourselves and know that they trust you, and that's why they're coming to you. When families come to me, I don't fault the teacher or the principal. I say, I'm so grateful that I'm approachable and they trust me with this information. So I think that that's what may be happening with some of you. They trust you. And please trust us. When they bring you the challenge, we want to own it. So we also continued encore and enrichment. To the best of our ability, we are mandated to socially distance. So with Say Yes and our innovative navigators and program coordinators, we have continued with Saturday academies online. We've continued with concerts online. I have one school, they have one performer who's going to come into the auditorium, and he's a professional. They're going to live stream it to their families. We mentioned earlier, yoga classes online, meditation classes online, cooking classes online, ways to physically engage kids online. We are continuing with our arts and our enrichment with our children because they're important to us. Advanced placement. Here's our data on our AP courses. I know that there was a report that our AP enrollment went down according to our records. When Dr. Cash came, he placed a strong emphasis on ensuring that there were opportunities for all students, not just at some of the criteria schools, but all students to be enrolled in AP courses. So we started with 1,620 students enrolled in AP in 2018 and 2019. And then in 2019 to 2020, we had 2,153 students enrolled in AP courses. This year, that number went up by at least 30, and we have 2,183 students enrolled in AP courses. We are engaging our students, and on this point, I want to make it clear that another advantage to our online strategy is that we have a significant increase in teacher absenteeism and leaves. Significant. That means children are being taught by their own teacher on a daily basis because we are online. That's an advantage for our children who need to have the best teacher, not a substitute, if at all possible. For our children and families who have formed relationships with these teachers, this is an advantage to the strategy that Dr. Cash and the Board of Education has supported to date and is backed up by science. Online instruction was absolutely positively the way that we had to go. And our teachers and administrators looked at it as an opportunity to magnify their best practices and grow their instructional repertoire. Mike, can we go on to the next slide? Kudos and opportunities for improvement. So I want to say that this PowerPoint presentation wasn't just put together by me and Toya Wilson, David Hills, Contan Dabney, Darlene Jezanowski. It wasn't just put together by the associates. This was a collective effort by us and our principals. And so we asked them, so what do you think about this slide? And what are your thoughts about this slide? Give us your input, give us your honest input, because they are driving all of these best best and emerging practices, they are the innovators. They are inventing programs and strategies to make sure that they're reaching children. So this is not optimal. This is necessary. And because it is necessary, we are doing a really good job per our data points. We are not perfect. There is no district that is, whether they're in person or online, but we are doing a phenomenal job. So we have emerging best practices, we have some kudos, and we have opportunities for improvement. Per the principal ranks, some emerging best practices. So these are things that they hadn't done in brick and mortar, but now that we're online, they're saying, well, when we go back, we're going to continue some of this work. For example, daily syllabus posted for students and families. They're going to continue what they developed for parent and student engagement. Classroom checklists, so parents can help students be prepared for instruction. Various school-wide book studies, virtual classrooms that mirror in-person classes. Using inspiration and innovation to make online learning work for families and students. Teacher collaboration is expanding with clear and focused professional learning communities using teams without the traditional constraints. So for example, school number 99, she has, she may have 7 teachers at a grade level. So it was impossible for her to be able to pull all 7 teachers out because she didn't have the means to provide coverage for them all. Now, because of the teams, she's able to meet with all of her teachers at the same time. Some of these practices are so great. We are definitely going to take them back with us when we return to brick and mortar. We had neglected the professional development of our teacher assistants and teacher aides. This experience has let us know that we have to do better. Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better. We're going to do better by our paraprofessionals, our student teachers. The use of Schoology. We had Schoology before, but we minimally utilized this capacity. We never realized how much we could do in Schoology. And when we return, we're going to be better educators because of what has emerged from this crisis. Some opportunities for improvement. So there's been some language that loses meaning in translation. So family liaisons include teacher aides, teacher assistants, principals, so assistant principals, all kinds of teachers. So when a teacher is calling, they may not say, hi, this is Cassandra, I'm your family liaison. They are the family liaison, but they may not be identifying themselves as such. So then if you say, hey, has your family liaison reached out to you? The parent, the child, they would say no. So that's an opportunity for improvement on our part. Another opportunity for improvement is how we will need to continue to work to modify synchronous and asynchronous schedules based on what we learned this first quarter regarding attendance and engagement. We are going to use our data to drive how we will provide professional development around synchronous and asynchronous schedules for our students and families. What we need to do a little bit better also is identify tools for improving engagement. So we are working closely with the technology department and TNTP. We have a vision. We just need to fine tune what we can do to enhance engagement without creating fatigue. So it's a delicate balance. Some of the kudos include decrease the number and frequencies of calls to the help center. So at first, parents thought that they should just call the help center number. Now they're in touch with their teachers. Instead of calling the help center number, They're getting online sometimes when their kids online, popping in and saying, hey, teacher, I need to talk to you. So they don't need those online services. They have direct connections with their teachers. We have built a phenomenal cadre of professional learning communities. So principals in every single principal meeting, we have principals who share out on best practices that they have enhanced or best practices that they have developed. So historically, we had a bit of a competitive spirit, school against school. I'm going to beat you. Now, because of this crisis, what has emerged is this learning community of professionals wanting to make sure that their colleagues are okay and are successful. So they're openly sharing their secrets to success, raising their hands and say, hey, can I get on that agenda next week? And it's beautiful. Our aides and our teacher assistants have infinite campus access so they can support the attendance challenges that we have with some of our kids. They get right in there and they see if this child isn't logging in, and they make phone calls. They didn't have access before. We don't even know why we never gave it to them, but that's something that we will carry on into when we return to in-person instruction. We are seeing students and families settle into virtual learning and thrive. I don't know why people are saying all of the children aren't doing well. That simply isn't true. There are children who are thriving in this environment. Our children who historically were removed from the educational setting because they were sick or because they got suspended, they are able to engage in academics because the teachers have created synchronous and asynchronous lessons. They're not missing a beat. There's a lot of good that has come out of this. More students are becoming accountable for their own learning. So what happens when there's something new? There's always this frustration point, and we heard that. We should have expected that. But what you have to do during a learning curve is live through it while providing support, and that's what we did. Is everyone thriving? I will repeat myself. I am not saying that. I am saying, though, given our set of circumstances, we have made the best decision for our students. It's necessary that we are in this format for learning. And in response to that, the principals have risen to the challenge, the teachers have risen to the challenge, the students have risen to the challenge, the families have risen to the challenge. So I want to end with this quote that I found from Boris Yeltsin. He said, I understand that it's hard for everyone, but one cannot give in to emotions. So board members, we're hearing a lot of emotion out there. And I just need for you to realize that's in the severe minority. What we have to do is draw lessons from the current crisis and know that we'll work on overcoming it. The key one word, though, is together. Please know Dr. Cash and the personnel of Buffalo Public Schools are working together to make sure that our children in this beautiful, diverse city of Buffalo are getting the education that they deserve, while we are we are not considering any expense to make sure that they get it. So thank you for this time. And please let your principals know that they've been doing a good job. They need to hear how proud of you, how proud of them you are. Thank you.
Extraordinary and inspiring, as always. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, we turn it back to you. I will say this. Let me say this, colleagues. Sandy, I'm going to ask maybe Nichelle to send the draft of this slide deck that includes all of your notes and all of your data points and all of your factoids that you mentioned. I want to send that to the board right now, because the reason I didn't send it before, that edition of it, is I really wanted them to listen to you. I wanted them to hear you, and I wanted them to feel you, because you're speaking for many, 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 many of our colleagues, our families, and students. But right now, maybe to even help with the discussion that will follow now, I would like to have, if you don't mind, those slides with the notes sent to the board. Okay?
Wow, thank you, Dr. Cassandra Wright. I thought I was listening to your defense. How thorough it was. That was very, very robust. There's
you should say dissertation defense. Not everybody knows what you're talking about. Your dissertation defense.
Dissertation defense. I mean, that's what I thought was going on here.
That's right.
Dr. Evans-Brown, I have to say that was a cabinet group effort along with the principals. So that wasn't just me, that was everyone putting in their energy. They just want you all to know what we're doing.
Not plagiarizing. Thank you so much. But now there's a question. I see one hand up from our president, Sharon Cotman. Belton Cotman. Sharon?
So thank you. So board members, our committee and workshop, we're going to have to figure out a way that our listening audience can ask questions. We're bouncing some ideas out there today between Darren and I about possibly seeing what we can do so that the listening community can ask questions. One of the questions that came up, and can answer it with clarity. There were several questions, but she did say when she was patient, she got most of her questions answered. So that's a good thing. I thank you so much, Dr. Wright and staff and all the other associates and the principals who are working and pulling this together. So here's the question. Okay, so the person, the parent, is questioning the stats about 95% attendance. And I'm quoting, "We didn't have that pre-COVID. How's that being determined? Because 25,000 unique Schoology users out of 32,000 students is 78%. Doesn't guarantee engagement." So
yeah, it's not 95%.
No, it's not. It's not 95, colleagues. And I heard that when Sandy was saying it. What it is 85% as of Friday, December 4th. And then if you disaggregate between pre-K to 2, 3 through 8, 9 through 11, and then 12th graders, you start to disaggregate it, you'll see some other numbers as well, which we have done in the slides where you'll get, should have gotten it by now, that has all of the notes associated with it. So we apologize. That's 85% to date in the aggregate.
Okay, good. And then the other question that was posed by this parent was amount of incompletes that were received during the first quarter or this marking period. And I had in my notes that we had, that I had written at we had 6% of the students who required continual support who received incompletes. And that's how I wrote it in my notes. Total
no, it's 18%.
It's 18.
President Common.
Okay, I'm sorry.
18% who have incompletes.
What is the 6% number? Oh,
That was
continuous
part of
support. Those were the
Yeah.
ones that need continuous support. Okay,
Right.
I got you. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for clearing that up.
All right, thank you, President Coppin. We have another hand up, Dr. Ann Rivera, and then followed by Larry Scott.
Yes, I was wondering about the 85% attendance rate as well. Do we have a sense of how that might compare with students in hybrid formats in other districts?
We do have a sense of how it compares with other large urban districts. And in that regard, it's among the leading. It's at the top of the top, say 10, 15, 20, 25% in large urban districts. I can't say what it is for the suburbs or for the smaller school district. I just don't have that data.
Fair. I was just curious because a lot of times we assume that our attendance is higher if it's in person.
Right.
And the numbers that you're giving us doesn't necessarily correlate.
This is off
why I was asking.
for elementary, but it's not that far off for high school. Those numbers are very consistent with our in-person data year over year, and the middle grades as well. What we want to see is the very young children get that up a little bit, and we understand why. That's why I'm going to be prioritizing bringing them back as soon as we can. And then certainly sometimes the older students, for a host of reasons in high school, aren't cracking that 90% mark like we'd like to see. They tend to be in the 70s, high 70s, low 80s, even during regular in-person, and that's what it was showing up so far this year in remote as well.
Then I have a question. That's a nice segue for my next question. It's my last question, which is, so if we're talking about access, so we're talking about equity and access here and the ways in which remote learning can enhance that, an interest as we move forward to make remote learning available for students who have barriers to attending school. So Dr. Wright gave us one example of students who have illness or chronic illness and can't attend in class but can attend online. That speaks personally to me because I've noticed that with my daughter who's chronically ill. Even beyond that, there are students who have transportation issues, access and attending school. There are family issues, very legitimate ones. There are a lot of reasons why students may not be able to actually physically be in a building. I'm curious if there's an interest in pursuing this model as an option to increase our access for our students who might have those barriers.
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Rivera, and I don't think we neglect it so much, but we did have a lot. And certainly, Cassandra, you could say more about some of the students who typically get marginalized in the regular in-person environment, but who actually we may be doing a better job of outreach and contact now. So some of the students that, the students who are chronically ill, for example, students who get long-term, short-term suspended, for example, during regular times, students who may be homeless, students who may be suffering from multi issues going on in the home, and how we're reaching out and trying to provide supports there. Not quite as good as in person, but we haven't neglected those students. Can you say a little bit more to Dr. Rivera's question there, because I think it's an important point.
Absolutely. So my background is special education. So I am especially sensitive to students who may have like school phobia or anxiety, or let's think about that child who may be feeling bullied and just needs a timeout. So when we think about our online instruction, when we return, we are going to have to consider multiple ways in which we can reach children, because right now, school is pretty much a one-size-fits-all. You come in, you follow the bell schedule, you do as you're told. That doesn't necessarily work for all children, which is why some of our more energetic children or more shy children or our children who are a little more adamant about pressing their issues are doing well online. And so for those students, we don't want to abandon this modality so that they can be successful. What we have to do is think of creative ways so that we can continue and refine its implementation so that we are respecting all sorts of learning styles, not just the ones who need in person, but the ones who really are thriving in this space. We don't want to just go back and forget about them. We won't do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to hearing more as it develops.
Now, let me add, because I think you've given me an idea that I know we've been talking about staff. So Dr. Rivera, one of the things that we're learning is there are students who are going faster, who are developing some agency in the remote environment, in the virtual environment, that they wouldn't normally be expected to, or we haven't always seen them and do in the in-person environment. And so one of the things that we've been talking about, and was a great idea from multiple sources, was we need to develop, I think, a virtual school, not for students necessarily that are struggling, like our virtual that we have for those students who are way back, but for students who in this environment are actually doing better. Why put them back in person in brick and mortar and get lockstep into a situation where, like we say, one size doesn't fit all, and we're actually finding that students can do quite well. So we may need to design and be prepared to launch a virtual academy that is the other bookend of what we have with Valerie Kent and her team. That's still needed. But I'm talking about students who, I really believe that's a market that we can capture if we do that right. And maybe they can still do things and join us in some in-person activities and so forth. But we're finding, and there's a lot of testimony to this point, that students really like it and they're thriving. For those who are. So I wanted to throw that out there to see if the board liked that idea. And that might be something around the equity issue that you could direct me to start exploring further.
I know that I'm interested in that because, like Dr. Wright said, it's not a one-size-fits-all with school. There are students who can't handle virtual learning, and there are students who really thrive in virtual learning. And I think the more that we can differentiate our school system, the variety of needs of our students, the more that we're meeting the needs of our community, and also we'll see higher student achievement. So personally, I would advocate for that, especially if we have a virtual setting where then students can still access social activities that are a critical part of school.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rivera. Very interesting. So I see 1, 2, 4 hands up. We're going to have to keep it moving, guys. So if you can cross and consider the next person. So Larry Scott's next.
I'll go quick. So my question is for Ms. Spaticelli, I believe, in regards to the grading policy. There was conversation about having like an FAQ for parents, or like a parent-friendly policy for the parents to have an understanding of the grading policy. Is that something we're still considering, or has it been done?
Actually, we just sent out a translated version to all the schools. So they have it in English and I think 4 or 5 other languages right now. That's the 312 version to go to families. And then we're just going to make some tweaks for a K2 version.
Okay. Is that something that could be shared with the board?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Great presentation, Dr. Wright. Thank you.
Very thorough. Thank you, Larry. I think Jennifer, we have Jennifer Blue, I believe, in City Hall, and Terrence. If you can, be quick. We do have a couple of items more to discuss. Be considerate.
So, thank you, Dr. Brown. So my question is, let me put my hand down. My question is, I was thinking about maybe doing a forum within my district. Would you be available, say if we were to do separate forums or bring people to have information sessions, would that be something that I'd be overstepping to ask if staff would be available to?
No, that would be a great idea. Be a great idea.
I'm thinking of doing that, once the new year starts. And I really,
yeah.
I just want to stress one point that you made, Dr. Wright, and I really would like for people to hone in on this. It's not a dig, it's for real. When people who really have the privileges that a lot of people do not have, the fact that you said that and stated it publicly, it's not a dig, it's the truth. So we are all one group of folks that we're struggling with the same thing. And yes, some folks who are used to being able to just have when it's accessible now get to kind of see the other side of the coin of when people do not have. And maybe instead of being upset about it and pushing back, we can work with those folks that maybe do not have, work with the district to figure out how we can all be on the same page and make this like a level playing field. I really appreciated that comment.
That's well stated, Jen. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I don't know if Lou was first or Terrence.
Terrence can go first.
Terrence.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrucci. I would just like to say one thing. I had about 12 different messages from parents. Some of them were dual, but I'm not going to go through that right now. We send those on email. But I went to a couple of community events online and listened to the radio shows that goes on, and the community. Some members of the community speak different about remote learning. I believe, Dr. Wright, you gave a wonderful presentation today and gave a lot of statistics, that's very valid and show a lot of value of this education, in remote learning, and some of the great things that the teachers have accomplished during the time of remote learning. We know that it was thrown in our face, and everybody had to adapt to it, and we had to come together moment, with the district to try to initiate this and make this work. And I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, doing this. How can we, you talked about wraparound strategies. I think that should include the district also, as far as parents and stakeholders. How can we try to encompass that wraparound strategy? Stakeholders, the people, who's challenging this type of learning. And, our biggest concern is the health for our children, health for our teachers, health for our community. And, I think that the community needs to maybe hear, maybe on radio or hear more newspaper, something about this presentation that we could send out, that they can read and get an understanding, the values remote learning and moving forward, so that they can try to adapt it and try and maybe win some more families over to try harder, using remote learning. Do we have any solutions or anything we can utilize for that type of wraparound strategy to encompass the communities and these community groups?
So we always encourage the families to go first to the schools. And if they're not comfortable going there, if they come to you, then, as I was saying earlier, so people connect with people that they trust. And so if they haven't found a person within their school community that they can trust, then you give the referral to us and we will absolutely take care of them. So, but I also hear you saying, how can we just make sure that the word gets out around all of the different strategies that we have and the supports that we have to make sure that we are promoting the great supports that we have for all of our families? I know that we are working on a deeper communication process to ensure that the word gets out. I know that Dr. Cash has his plans for ensuring that people are well aware of all of the supports that they have privilege and access to. And so it's an opportunity for improvement for us. We've said this amongst ourselves. We've not done a good enough job talking about all of the things that we have to offer. And quite frankly, we're building that communication plan to ensure that we get the word out to families.
I mean, I really...
and colleagues, what to Mr. Hurd's, I think I heard a little something different in there. But to Mr. Hurd's question, I wanted to present this comprehensive presentation to you tonight, having some first quarter data, heading into the second quarter now, all of the extraordinary events going on around us that in our world is a little different than in some other folks' world. Sometimes I feel like we're living in two completely different worlds, but I'm gonna have something to say about that in a little while. But I'm gonna tell you, now's the time. Now's the time, because you're fully armed. You're fully armed to go on any radio station, to go on any TV station, to go to any community forum and get it done. Say, ho, 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 let me correct you. I like Cher. Don't get it twisted. Let me correct you. Let me help you. Okay? And then we go and get this straight. And I'm going to do it. But you can do it now. You can go on those little 11 o'clock programs, little 9 a.m. programs. Go on and get on there and get it straight. Because I'm going to get it straight. I'm getting ready to go on a tour. Okay? And I'm not having it. I'm just telling you, I'm not having it. And I'm going to get every single thing that is wrong and twisted, I'm going to untwist it.
Right. That's
and
right,
then I'm going to talk about what we're going to do next and where we're going. Stop carrying their agenda and start carrying our agenda. That's
yes,
what I'm
Dr.
talking
Cash.
about. All right.
To finish, Dr.
Are you done, Terrence?
Okay, just to finish.
I got a person waiting. We got to go on to these next sessions.
Okay.
It's an important special guest waiting to undergird my recommendation to you.
Just to finish, I just don't want to overlook the parents who are struggling, that have the issues and the problems. We could exemplify those more also, so that, you know, the homes that are crying right now, you know, that's in pain, you know, that we can also listen to those homes also.
I'm with you. I agree.
Okay,
Turn
thank
them our way. Give them to us. We'll take care of them one by one by one by one. That's a promise from me.
Yes, thank you. And Lou?
I will be brief. I'll heed your words, Dr. Evans-Brown. Dr. Wright, thank you very much for the presentation. I also like the fact that you touched upon the communication piece, because as we sit here, those have been the texts and emails that I'm getting. It's a new learning environment. Things are changing. Parents have a lot of questions. There's a lot of information out there, but things keep evolving and changing, and they feel that they want to be more engaged in their children's educational process. Let me just get to my question quickly, because I know we have speakers waiting. I know that one of the problems that we've had with respect to offering AP courses, that oftentimes there would not be enough individual students in one school to offer the course. So we'd have 4 kids at one school, 3 at another, 6 there. Through this remote learning, has there been any way for us to collaborate students from multiple locations to take one course? If there's 6 at Bennett and 3 at City Honors and 4 at McKinley, that they could remotely learn and take this AP course wherever it may be?
Yes, let me turn that to Ann. But yes, we've been working on that for several years. There's a name for it, Ann. You know it better than I do, where we have a teacher teaching remotely. And this was back in regular session, right? In person. But he or she would be the teacher for students from multiple schools. And we had the technology to be able to let them get on. And we wanted our best teacher teaching to all of the kids. So yeah, that's going on. And can you amplify that? That's a great question from Mr. Petrucci.
Mm-hmm. We called it a live learning initiative. So prior to the pandemic, we purchased special cameras that teachers could use. So 2 or 3 buildings could link together, and one teacher would teach the AP course and other students would join that particular course.
Thank you very much. You've answered my questions.
No problem.
Well, thank you for that. So Dr. Cash, now you want to introduce the next portion of our agenda?
I do, because I want to finish with this really important, strong recommendation that I'm going to be bringing to you. But I want to first bring in Dr. Fatima Morel, just to, in her own concise way, bring you up to date on where we are with this important national attention work. We're getting national attention for this important work. And she wants to bring you up about where we are right now. Great speaker this morning, and then where we're going next with it. And again, my apologies if some of you thought that we haven't informed you about that. My sense was that we've talked about this for the last 4 or 5 board work sessions. So anything that you felt like you weren't in the loop on that certainly wasn't intentional and wasn't my intent. So my apologies for that. But there's great work going on. You can claim it and exclaim it and take it. So that's where we are. Dr. Fatima Morel, let's get through these slides and be clear about what's coming next, because this is a really, really rich, comprehensive curriculum. Not quite any like it going on in the country right now, colleagues. So, Dr. Morel.
Good evening. Can I please share my screen?
Screen, or do you want Mike to do it? Are you going to do it? If you can do it, do it. I think Mike has it.
Okay, can you see my screen?
I don't know. I don't see any.
No, not yet. There we go.
Fatima, yes. Try to make it big. Make it bigger. There you go.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cash. So before we do get started, I would be remiss if I did not mention the wonderful and historic opportunity that Dr. Cash and I put together for our district today. And I am just so grateful, honestly, to be under the tutelage of such a great leader who understands the need for the work of our office and who supports it and nurtures it and encourages it. And today we were able to bring in who the New York Times have coined as one of the 100 most influential researchers and historians of the world. And that was Dr. Ibram X. Kendi. And he was here today. I want to thank board member Mrs. Belton Cotton, Madam President, for coming in today. And also I did notice Miss Paulette Woods. And so thank you for coming. If any other board members did show up, thank you. And Dr. Cash, thank you, of course, for that welcome. So I wanted to kind of open with that, esteemed board members, to say that pretty much piggybacking on what Dr. Wright said, the work of CLRI and the work of our district did not stop with the pandemic. We doubled down on our work and we thought about new and innovative ways to ensure that our students are being supported, our teachers are being supported, and that the learning and the growing continues in our various offices. So Dr. Kendi really launched for us today this ideology around what is emancipation curriculum. And his timing was perfect because we knew we were coming tonight to you to really talk about how do we create anti-racist spaces and curriculum and pedagogy for our young people. And I'm thrilled, I'm excited that, and I would like in a very short time to try and bring to you this fantastic journey that we will take our young learners, our students, pre-K to 12 on over the next several months and in the years to come. And as Dr. Cash has said to us on many occasions, we are doing national proof point work in our district, not only in the office of CLRI, but even our remote learning spaces, the work around those promising practices, the work coming out of our Office of Instruction and the Office of CLRI. And it is national proof point work, and we're actually getting a lot of national recognition for the work that we're doing. So I want to take you on this journey where we discuss the emancipation curriculum, discussing everything from El Grito de Lares of 1868 to the legendary work of Herman Badillo in our first bilingual education classes. From the indigenous protests of the Dakota Pipeline to the jingle dress dancers and the tribute to George Floyd in Minneapolis. From Imhotep, a multi-genius Black man, to of ancient Africa, to Harriet Tubman and her suffragist work, as well as Frederick Douglass and his abolitionist work. From our new American learners and cultural games around the world and their significance in families and homes, from those students of Burma, Burmese, Somalian, and Puerto Rican descent, all the way to what is Ramadan in our Arab culture. So there is a lot that is delivered to our students, and I would like to take a brief time to just share with you what this is all about. So what is the BPS Emancipation Curriculum, you might ask? Well, it is tailored to the historical, linguistic, and ethnic backgrounds of our students, where students see themselves positively in the curriculum. And it is a curriculum that takes those voices that are historically marginalized and disenfranchised in our textbooks and in our classrooms and in our curricula and edifies them to create joy and empathy and to ensure students know their intellectual brilliance, and we're cultivating genius within these here lessons, within our classrooms, with our teachers. We're not only edifying students, we're also edifying teacher knowledge, because with each lesson, there's a lesson to learn about history, about culture, and about what it means for all of our students. And these lessons are infused into the standing curriculum. So what does that mean? It means that we're not saying to teachers, take out what you currently teach. We're saying to teachers, we're going to insert voices, diversified voices, particularly authors of color, that would also provide a multiple perspective on that lesson that you are currently teaching. And so during this time of twin pandemics, the twin pandemics of COVID-19 and heightened racial awareness and the fight against systemic racism and its dismantling, this curriculum not only supports our students in raising self-esteem and self-awareness, but it also centers the joy. It centers self-advocacy, and it centers the fight for equality in their lives, their learning, and as agents of change in their own community. So when we talk about dismantling disproportionality and dismantling the school to prison pipeline, if students see themselves positively, if the curriculum in the classroom is mirrored back at them in a positive way, and they see the historical brilliance of their ancestors and of their contemporary role models, then they're less likely to misbehave, they're less likely to act out, and they receive that rigorous instruction that also connects them into the school spaces in ways that, if that curriculum is not diverse, it could not. So when we look at our resources, the purpose for the emancipation resources is really to create racial harmony in our schools. And so all of the resources that we have, not only can they be used by teachers, but they're also very parent friendly. And we've created interactive timelines that create CLRI that uses, that can be used in the in-person or remote platforms, right? So we're looking at 1619 project. We started that a couple of years, almost a year ago, and we're continuing to bolster those lessons and make sure that they are included, working very closely with our Office of Instruction. The Amistad curriculum, the web-based curriculum, has been around for a while. We're bolstering the use of that digital platform. The Black Lives Matter at Schools guiding principles and lessons are also included in this compendium of lesson resources and curriculum. The historic Brownies books, which are edited by W.E.B. Du Bois, continue to be used. The Moments in Time videos, which edify the voices of African Americans right here in Buffalo, and the beginnings and early inklings of the Niagara movement that became the NAACP and the Michigan Street Baptist Church, along with Pastor Reverend Dr. Jesse Nash and his work with W.E.B. Du Bois and Mary Talbert, are included as local history in these lessons. Teaching Tolerance also have a plethora of literature, resources, developmentally appropriate lessons, and lessons that engage students in critical thinking. And also we use the Southern Poverty Law and Centers lessons, and also our MyOn resources this year, we updated to ensure that they were culturally responsive and would serve the needs of our students who are majority of color. And all of these resources, whether in person or on the remote access, are to provide connections to self, diverse perspective, social justice, activism, and anti-racist practices, not only for our students, but for our teachers and our parents as well. And so we have what we call the interactive timelines. And what we have done here is by time periods, we have inserted lesson links that not only include on these timelines, you can find all the lessons for the grade bands, and our grade bands really are pre-K, K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And so you have these lesson links within these grade bands, but additionally, we wanted to center joy in the lives of students, so we created opportunities for art and music and dance and read alouds and so on. So what I would like to do at this time, with your permission, is to just briefly go through a few of the emancipation lessons. Of course, there are over 100 of these lessons, pre-K-12, so I can only give you a snippet of what some of these lessons look like, and I would like to do that at this time. I will add that all the lessons include a lesson on Juneteenth, pre-K-12. All grade bands include a lesson on Juneteenth, and that has never shown its face in our district curriculum. That's really important. We celebrate it every year here in Buffalo while school is in session, but we never talked about it in classrooms. We also have all lessons will include an issues of enslavement. All lessons include an ancient African lesson. And of course, we continue with our Black Lives Matter guiding principles that guide our lessons. And we also have lessons that include this historic movement, Black Lives Matter, that continues to go on today. At each grade level, we focus on the 4 ethnicities of African Americans, Latinx, New Americans, and Indigenous Americans. And the literature and critical thinking in these lessons form the basis for each lesson. You will find in all of these here lessons a short reading, sometimes a little longer based on the grade level. And then there's always interactive activities that you can do at home or online or in the classroom setting. So I'll start with a basic pre-K to 1 lesson, one of favorites on fry bread. It's an Indigenous lesson at pre-K to 1. Can you see my screen? Everyone sees the screen that says Indigenous Emancipation Lesson? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so in this lesson, the infusion is at pre-K, K and 1, and it's in theme 3 in our community in week 4 at pre-K. It's in the Journeys book, unit 2, lesson 6 at kindergarten, and at first grade, it's in our Journeys core program, unit 4, lesson 18. And so briefly, students will read to explain the importance of fry bread for Native Americans. They will discuss how something becomes a tradition, the use of food and family celebrations, and they will apply this learning to their own lives and write and illustrate their favorite tradition. And pre-K, the story Fry Bread aligns to the theme Our Community, kindergarten, Journey Story, The Five Senses, and in first grade, Where Does Food Come From? Our objectives, students will read about an indigenous family tradition that is different or similar to their own, and draw and write a family tradition and why it is their favorite. Essential question, how does something become a tradition? Why is fry bread important to Native Americans? We are aligned at our New York State standards for English language arts and social studies, so these lessons can be taught in either course. For the early elementary, such as this, we appreciate English language arts. And the Black Lives Matter guiding principles, we give teachers recommended principle for discussion, and we bold it. And for this particular discussion, it's diversity, is the celebration and acknowledgement of differences and commonalities across cultures. And then we also have the student-friendly guiding principles at this here time. And so when we look at the student-friendly wording, we say diversity, different people do different things and have different feelings. It is so important that we have lots of different kinds of people in our community and that everyone feels safe. Another way to say that is diversity. Back to the lesson. Our vocabulary, we always include for our earliest learners, picture vocabulary, which also supports our English language learners. So fry bread, powwow, tradition, and celebration were our words. And then at the bottom, you can see in the appendices, the visual for that vocabulary as the teacher displays it on her screen or her whiteboard. We also always include a copy, hard copy of the book itself if the teacher wants to read that out loud. But on our interactive timeline and in the lesson itself, we do have the read aloud, and I will share that momentarily. But looking at the procedures for this lesson, our students will review the vocabulary words and the pictures. The teacher will and the students discuss the essential questions. How does something become a tradition? Why is fry bread important to Native Americans? They have a song, Fry Bread, and then in closure, students would write at this level, pre-K, or draw a picture. My favorite family tradition is, and they fill in the blank. I like this tradition because, and then students would share their pictures with their classmates, and they'd have a turn and talk, and then the students and teacher will sing the Fry Bread song. Am I back at are you all following along with the link? Do you see Emancipation Curriculum Lessons?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So if I want to play the music that is attached to this, and parents can use this as home to edify these lessons as well. So,
we like it hot, we don't like it cold, we don't like it in a pot 9 days old. Way-ah, hey-ah, way-ah, ho, way-ah, hey-ah, yeah, hey-ho. Fry bread hot.
And so on the interactive timeline, that's where you will find all those various artistic resources and art integration, music integration, dance integration, and also the read aloud itself, if the teacher chooses not to read it, but would like for it to be read aloud.
Hi, I'm Kevin Millard, and today I'm going to be reading Fry Bread, the book that I created with Juana Martinez-Neal, the illustrator, and I'm going to read this book to you for Global Children's Book Club. So let's get started. Fry bread. Fry bread, a Native American family story. Fry bread is food. Flour, salt, water, corn.
And so if the teacher also decides to just let the students read that, she can have the words because she has the hard copy or he has the hard copy, and they can just read it right along, or he or she can read it him or herself. Additionally, we have a lesson link on Cesar Chavez. I'm not going to go through that, but just to show you the art integration piece. So if once the teacher teaches about Cesar Chavez at this level and his strong advocacy for farmers, there's an actual art piece that goes with that, where the teacher can talk about the symbolisms and students can see if they can relate to any of the characters in the art. It's just a really good art piece that can bring joy to the children. And we see Cesar Chavez in the middle holding the dove for peace, because he really wanted peace, but he didn't want to have people dying from poor treatment by Driscoll, the big strawberry conglomerate in Watsonville, California. So adding art, letting students draw their own Cesar Chavez by looking at that piece. When you go into these here lesson links as well, you will go, there's one that I shared with you, pre-K 1. Can you now see 2 through 4? Can anyone see 2 through 4?
Yep, 2 through 4 emancipation curriculum lessons, yes.
Thank you. So we go 2 through 4, we go 5, 6, 7, 8. And as I said to you, it's a wonderful, fantastic journey through history, through culture, through music, through language on these timelines. I would like to just briefly, there's a story here on Celia Cruz. If we hit music for Celia Cruz, she's a Cuban singer, well-renowned Latinx singer and songwriter, and a great lady that we don't talk about often. But I think that, oh, that shouldn't have came up.
All right, Facebook.
Okay, skip it. And just listening to her music, how wonderful is that for our children after a nice read about Celia, and then to listen to her music and get a better, deeper understanding of who she was, but to also center joy. Also at grades 2 through 4, I would like to just share the Ramadan link. So on this lesson, it's a 2 through 4 lesson. Can you see that lesson that says New American Emancipation lesson?
Yes,
can we
grade
see
2 through 4,
okay,
New American emancipation lesson.
Thank you, Darren. And so the curriculum infusion is at grade 2, Journeys Unit 3, lesson 13, grade 3, Journeys Unit 2, lesson 8, and grade 4, Journeys Unit 4, lesson 20. And it's a Ramadan, a time for reflection. It's a lesson for our 2nd through 4th graders. Traditions. Each lesson chosen for infusion from grades 2 through 4 discusses culture and how people in society relate to each other. In this lesson, a time for reflection, students will discuss the traditions of Ramadan. We have questions like write a friendly letter to Mrs. Penworth, who's actually in the anchor text, about Ramadan, relate their own traditions to the traditions of Ramadan. This is really important, not for our students, but for our teachers, because we also have, we want to know when kids are checking out from the cafeteria or not, they're not online because they're in prayer. We might want to figure out what's going on, and it's Ramadan. What is Ramadan, and how does Eid al-Fitr go together? What are important dates with Ramadan? And again, we're aligned to English language arts. The guiding principle is collective value for this lesson as empathy and diversity. Our vocabulary: Imam, Ramadan, Mosque, Muslim, Islam, Quran. And then they go through a historical launch of what Ramadan is. They talk about dates and when you can digest food and so on and so forth. And then there's this awesome read aloud, which is also on the interactive. It's on the interactive timeline as well. So you can just go there. You don't actually have to go to this read aloud, but this is a beautiful read aloud about skipping lunch and not eating and prayer, you know, what's important in the Arab family and home around Ramadan time.
Layla's Lunchbox, a Ramadan story, written by Reem Faruqi, illustrated by Leah Lyon. We won't be needing this for a while, said Layla's mother, hanging up Layla's lunchbox. Imagine, I won't be eating lunch for a month, replied Layla with a twirl.
And so that's on Ramadan 2 through 4. And then there's a nice music that go with that, but I'll skip that for time. Let me just go up to grade 9 and 10. Juneteenth. I would like to highlight that lesson at grades 9 and 10. Again, it is at every grade level, but we highlighted on the interactive timeline for grades 9 and 10. So when I hit the Juneteenth story, where we see the infusion, and should Juneteenth be a holiday? Right? So students at grade 9 and 10 can be able to write an argument to support a claim about the recognition of Juneteenth as a federal holiday using valid reasoning and relevant and sufficient evidence. We have lesson objectives: understand and describe the history of Juneteenth. What is Juneteenth and why is it celebrated in the African American community? Should it be recognized as a federal holiday? And we align to a collective value and loving engagement is the commitment to practice justice, liberation, and peace. Our vocabulary: emancipation, proclamation, and abolition. Then we have some visuals that the teacher would post and the students would discuss that visuals from Buffalo. And then we have our anchor text by Henry Louis Gates. And he basically talks about the history in 1865 when General Gordon Granger read the Emancipation Proclamation in Galveston, Texas, freeing the final slaves after 2 years of not knowing that they were free. And then there's procedural steps around readings, around the read aloud, and also what we include here for artifacts. On the timeline, we have the governor's executive order claiming this was in June 2020, and it was updated on December 9th, 2020. So this is current, that it should be a holiday for New York State. And we also have, and this will be my final, on this timeline, we have Rama and the drill team. And Darren, I have you know that the Crusaders were better. You hear me?
I heard you.
Actually, the Eboniers were better than all of you, but it's all right. And so looking at Juneteenth, and looking at one of our drill teams and talking about the spirit of Juneteenth and why we march, and what is the significance locally. So that's something that can be shared, that is also on that interactive timeline. And finally, I would like to share with you the 7th and 8th grade ancient African lesson. And then that will be, I will go into a closure. So this ancient African lesson on the timeline is aligned to, it's the ancient African emancipation lesson aligned to grade 7 at module 1, unit 1, using the using the anchor text, A Long Walk to Water for that module. And also at grade 8, module 3, A Mighty Long Way. And so using these two texts, the text at each grade level, we will have students to think about the contributions of Imhotep, the great doctor and architect of ancient Africa, and for them to think about his contributions, and then what contributions was made by Salva, okay, in the book A Long Walk to Water, and what contributions were made by Carlotta in A Mighty Long Way at grade 8, and then comparing and contrasting. Additionally, this lesson is easily convertible to grade 7, the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, which is already taught at Module 3, Unit 1, so it can be also inserted there. And then students will be able to understand the ways in which Imhotep contributed to the growth of ancient African society, make connections to other text ideas, cultural perspectives, eras, and experiences. And so the whole thing is there. They align to Black men as a principle, are committed to building a Black men affirming space. And since Imhotep is the oldest multi-genius ever, this is how we connect to our Black boys in our district. There are graphics of Imhotep and writing responses, and there's even the writing response that we aligned directly to that guiding principle of Black men, where our young scholars at grade 7 and 8 are asked to brainstorm ways on how they are similar to Imhotep and how they will leave a contribution the way that Imhotep has left a contribution. And then on the interactive timeline, if you hit that pyramid, you will see this. Again, parents, students, community, everyone will have access.
The achievements of the Black people of ancient Egypt have shown us that Black people built truly one of the greatest civilizations of ancient times. But do you know that the person generally regarded as the most talented individual in the history of the ancient world was a Black man? He was an Egyptian named Imhotep.
And so, and then just the anchor text on this, because I don't want to forget it. The anchor text in this reading is called Who is Imhotep by Akua Chike and Stevens Tavares. And all of our readings are always in the appendix. So teachers don't, everything for our lessons and the emancipation curriculum, it's all there. Maps, references, graphics, discussion points, mathematics, science, everything is linked. Graphic organizers, writing prompt spaces, everything is linked so that in this virtual environment, the teacher doesn't have to go far to look for anything. And there's also an opportunity for parents to get in on this conversation, and to use these resources with our young people. And sometimes they just want to use them themselves, because I certainly am learning a whole lot reading these resources. And so finally, our new emancipation curriculum is split into 6 grade bands, as we discussed: pre-K 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's approximately 12 to 15 lessons per each grade level. Lessons focus on literacy, criticality, and ethnicities represented in our BPS community. These lessons are highly diverse and aligned to both English and ELA and social studies standards. Each lesson infuses one or more of our many district-approved resources and focuses on raising awareness and appreciation for Black and Brown cultures, historical contributions, and communities. Thank you. Discussion?
Thank you, Dr. Morrell. Much appreciated as always. Dr. Evan Brown, back to you.
Dr. Morrell, for a thorough analysis of the emancipation curriculum. I'm sure that the board here got a lot out of it, and our viewing public as well. For the purposes of time, I'm sure there's questions, but we still have another last point that Dr. Cash would like to address, and that's on our reopening schools update. If you don't mind, we can move on to that, or do you want to ask questions for Dr. Morrell?
She's doing such a great job, colleagues. You know, if you want to say a few words, certainly it's your board meeting. but I think if you send things maybe by email or want to make a comment or two, but I've got a guest online that I got to get this recommendation to you out.
Beautiful presentation. And people can email, as Dr. Cass said, any questions that they may have.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Morrell.
Thank you.
Dr. Cash?
Darren is our guest online.
He's logging on right now.
Okay. Mike, if you could put my slides up, please. And we'll begin. I have 4 or 5 slides, colleagues, for you, and then we conclude with our recommendation. And Darren Brown will go through that slide at the end with you, with me annotating. Colleagues, in many ways, this is the most important recommendation that I bring to you so far this academic year. I want to be clear and unequivocal at the outset. We want our students to be in school. We miss our students. We love all of our students. We love and miss all of our staff. We're a family here in the Buffalo Public Schools, unique in many ways in the entire country. And as a large, leading-edge urban school district, we know that our students and families are provided an extraordinary array of services and opportunities when we're in school together. Fabulous first-rate teachers, young but extraordinary, high-energy principals and principal teams, 9 employee groups, 10 if you count exempts, all of them doing really above the line work for this whole year, even under some of the most difficult circumstances imaginable. We want to be back together again. We want to talk with each other. We want our students laughing and happy and talking with one another and going up and greeting their students, fellow students and their teachers in the morning, coming off of buses full of cheer, some of them with dour faces, and we got to pick them up and get them ready. But these aren't usual circumstances. These are unusual, unprecedented, harmful. People are dying circumstances. And sometimes I don't know who's paying attention to what. Because our first job is to protect the lives and the well-being of our students and our staff. That's our first priority. We've always said that. Safety is priority 1. And this pandemic, yes, it's having a difficult impact on families and the economy. We get that. But families have always adjusted to something like learning loss. We're already in the plans for catching up learning loss. We got a lot to say about that in the next workshop. But you can't make up for death. You can't make up for getting sick for weeks and sometimes months at a time, and you're still not right. And you may never be right again. And in the Black and brown communities, we know dozens of people who this disease have taken the lives of. It's a horrible, horrible death. You suffocate to death. And I don't know what your tolerance in this community is. I'm not from here. But I know in my experience and in my life, because I care about my children and my life and my families and relatives and loved ones' life, I care the same about these Buffalo children and their families' lives. And I don't want to lose one of them. Not one. And I said that from the beginning. And that's why we closed before anybody else thought it was anything serious enough to do. And now we're here in the worst scenario since the onset of the pandemic. And we haven't increased safety guardrails for folks. We've lowered the safety guardrails for our schools and our families and our children. Next slide, please. Here's the evidence to show it. A few months ago, I started, and we were at 45,000 new cases per day nationwide. Now we're up to 220,000 cases per day nationwide. The 14-day change is up 18%. The death toll nationwide for the disease is 345,000, now surpassing heart disease as the leading cause of death in our country right now, right today. ICU beds all over the country are starting to head toward capacity and overflow. Erie County reports 4,305 new cases in 1 week. And you used to have just a handful back at the start. The positivity rate is 7.0%, most since the beginning of the pandemic, and the numbers are going up. Schools all over New York are opening and closing due to rising COVID cases. This isn't any race when it comes to life and death. You're going to open and you're going to close again, because the surge is just starting, and all the reports are that it's going to be the worst of the surges to date. And not reported as much are the cases of children that are on the rise. Over 1.4 million child cases since the onset, nearly 124,000 new cases reported just last week. Nearly 400 Buffalo school children have tested positive since November 1st through today. And we know about the neurological symptoms in younger people and multi-inflammatory syndromes in children, so forth and so on. So to say that it doesn't spread in schools, what does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. If adults, it is raging in, and adults come to school, it's going to come to school. Stop it. Next slide, please. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. When I first started with you 3 months ago, we stood out in front of City Hall and we said, cases are on the uptick. It's not as bad in New York as it was at the onset back last spring in March, but we think it's safest to start remote, see what we can learn from it, because it's going to be the new normal any way you look at it. Fauci had predicted that over a year ago, that the real worry was coming next fall when we head into the cold season, into the flu season, into the holiday seasons. And then here it comes. In October, I said, and I give you the date every work session on where we are with COVID facts in the country and in Erie County. And you started to see it increase 2 months ago. And we said, okay, we're going to wait and see. But now I think I'm going to wait until the end of the first quarter. Let's keep perfecting and getting better at our remote learning environment so that if we need to stay in it longer, we'll be at least better and better at it and not look at it as just a substitute for in-person learning, because we don't know this disease. It's the first time of our experience with it. Experts aren't, it's a new expert. You're learning every day about it. And then last month, I told you we were starting to really spike. And even though we're not in person, we had our biggest spike for staff cases in November. They tripled the number of the 2 months before. And we're not even in school. We went up to 82 cases positive. And then this last slide is where we are today. Next slide, please. This is a close look at it. New York right up there in your right-hand corner. Western New York right there, orange, red, whatever these colors are. Point is, it's all bad. It's all bad. So if I didn't open in remote in September, if I didn't open in person in September, and again in October as this climbed, and then November, and now, look at this data. I'm not sending our children and our staff into the mouth of the volcano. You're going to have to override me on that. Not going to do it. We can catch up learning loss. We can't catch up illness. And one is too many for me, for our community, and for our staff. That's my standard. You tell me if you got a different standard. Next slide, please. So the summary to date, I've been consistent all along. We have a theory of action that's not changed. It's centered on 3 major tenets: strong leaders, great teachers, strong community support. We're all in this together. We need to help each other through it. To it and through it. You just heard about the promising practices from remote learning. They're extraordinary and they're very promising. They're not the end all to be all. Doesn't mean we don't have challenges, but we're working through it because we're in extraordinary times and because we really do care and love about every one of our teachers, every one of our staff, and every one of our precious children. And children are beginning to die from this disease all across the country. The phase-in plans, you heard about it. The staff were extraordinary in talking about some school-based plans. The district gave them the template, and the schools came in with their plans accordingly, specific to the needs of their highest need students. And we shared with you several exemplary plans. And we said, as we've said from the beginning, that if the science permits, we'll be ready to go on 2 weeks notice. 2 weeks notice. But the science hadn't gotten better. And adults are behaving badly. It's not the kids. It's not the kids. And it's not all the adults. There are a lot that are trying to be safe for themselves and for everybody else. But not enough are doing it. So that I feel all of our staff, our bus drivers, our healthcare workers, our frontline food service, all of our teachers, our aides and assistants, our secretaries and administrative assistants, on and on, all of us can be safe. and I can open schools today or next week, as some are going to do. And they'll be closed again before you know it. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, you've heard already what we've been doing academically, what we've been doing with outreach to our families. We've been working harder than we ever have. Because this work is fluid. It's 24/7, 7 days a week, all seasons. We don't stop. There is no break on the weekend. There's no break in the evening because families are in need, and that's what we do. So this notion that we haven't been doing anything needs to be debunked. And it has been, I trust, tonight when you heard from our team. But we've also stocked up on all of these purchases that are necessary when we do start. We have all of the major PPE and cleaning supplies that we could possibly need. We have gloves and masks of all kinds, 95, N95, all of it. It's in the store, plenty of it to last for months. Thermal imaging cameras, cleaning and sanitizing supplies, materials related so we can socially distance in all schools, in non-school spaces, on and on. But what just changed on last Thursday or Friday, I think it was Friday, Dr. Brown, was that the governor put out new guidelines relative to testing. Because before, if we got to here, we would all be shut down. Got to shut it down with the numbers that we're seeing in our community right now. But that's not what happened. What happened was we lowered and lessened the requirements such that I don't even know what they mean. 20%, 30% on our kids and on our numbers of staff equal to about 4 or 5 kids and half a dozen teachers each day for a month. Yeah, we can do that. That's easy. We'll be able to do that. But now what do we know? Point is, we don't know much, and it'll get past that 9 really quickly. So I've been talking to everybody to get their feedback, to get their sense of where we are and what we need to do next, even with all of these challenges. We've talked to you about it instructionally and support. But I'm in touch with the Health Advisory Committee and our esteemed members almost on a weekly basis, one of my staff or me. I talked to the principals. I had a meeting with them on Tuesday, all of the principals, elementary, secondary. I talked to many community leaders in this community. I talked to teachers and teacher representatives. And many families have tweeted or written to me or sent me emails. So Dr. Dennis Quo is here now to give us his professional opinion about what, not opinion, but facts based on what's going on and why he makes a recommendation to us that I also support, and that we will finish on the last slide next, the one next, with what should happen. So I'm gonna keep this slide up so you can be looking at it while you hear from our medical director for the Buffalo Public Schools, who is the professional we should be listening to on matters like this for our school system. Dr. Quo, thank you for being here.
Glad to be here. Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Dr. Crow.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Back in September, I gave a mini grand rounds for Kaleida Health about reopening of schools, and it's just something I've been involved with and thought about quite a bit. And at the time, the following points were raised: that schools reflect the community, and any spread in the schools reflect what's going on in the community. And if the community spread is relatively well controlled, and if there is adequate tracing and the capacity to test and trace and isolate, then schools can be opened safely with all of the precautions, including PPE and density and ventilation that Dr. Cash had mentioned. We all knew that there was going to be a spike in cases, as the weather turned colder. None of us knew exactly how the spike was going to go. And as it turns out, there's pretty widespread consensus that the spike was about as bad as we could have imagined. And the reason I mention that is that they started to go up about the last week of October. And the positivity rate has risen relatively high, and it's still pretty high. It's thought that maybe it's starting to slow down a little bit, but we're also now just starting to get into the post-Thanksgiving cases, and we expect a further rise in cases as we get to December and January. Some of the other things that's important to know is that what happened in the rest of the country actually really impacted New York State and Western New York. One thing that really impacted our ability to test, trace, and isolate with the county was that as cases rose throughout the rest of the country, the number of test kits that were ordered and delivered to Western New York, both with the county and at Kaleida Health, was diminished quite a bit because they were all diverted to other parts of the country where there were more cases at that time. So all of that really inhibited our ability. The county did actually quite an amazing job given the resources that we were given the context of everything going on in the rest of the country at the time. But several weeks ago, Dr. Gail Burstein mentioned to me that the county was starting to have trouble keeping up with the number of cases because they've just risen to record levels. And Peter Winkelstein, Dr. Peter Winkelstein, who is the head of, who provides analytics, he's the Chief Medical Information Technology Officer for Kaleida Health. He presents predicted hospital census models and under a number of scenarios in the given whether there were any interventions or changes in policies of how we are handling this as a community. I think folks know that elective surgeries, the governor has told us that elective surgeries need to be postponed going forward. The hospitals in Western New York are actually a double of admissions of what they were back in the spring. Kaleida Health peaked about 240 to 260 admissions back in the I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's I take that. That's Western New York. Kaleida Health, for example, did peak around probably about 100, 120 admissions back in the spring. Right now, we are at 211 admissions hospitalized across the board. Children's Hospital is taking adults, and as the division head of general pediatrics, these are patients that are coming onto our hospital services, and that's because Millard Fillmore and Buffalo General are basically at capacity, and we are helping out by taking adults on our services. Dr. Winkelstein is concerned that our cases may actually, even from today, where we are at double the number of admissions in Western New York than we were back in April. He's concerned that we could easily triple that, even from today's numbers. And although these are just analytics to help us plan, at the very least, we're all expecting that even from our current numbers that they're just going to continue to rise. To the point where, they were talking about opening the Graff Memorial in order to offload some of the inpatients that we have across the Kaleida Health system. And there's just way too much community spread right now. And my recommendation is that when we know that the cases are on the decline and we know that we are confident in our ability to test, trace, and isolate, that is a point where we can reopen schools, because we have to think about not just the students, but also the teachers and the staff and everybody that supports our students. I do think that we are at a point where we can really make a plan in the timeline so that when these numbers go down, we'll be ready to start to reopen to in-person learning. Ideally in a phased approach so that we have the ability to keep up with the tracing and the procedures. We are really at, I tell folks that what we're going through right now is actually far worse from a spread standpoint than what was going on in the spring. We do know more about how to take care of cases of kids who are, children and adults who are sick. And I think that's why we're not seeing as many people die or go into intensive care unit. But it also gives us a false sense of security, because I think folks look at the death rate. But when you have a lot of people who are sick, you're going to still get a lot of people who are going to die. But I also want to emphasize that we're not seeing that many kids get sick and come in a hospital, but we're seeing a lot of adults. And these are parents of our kids. These are staff. We know that teachers are sick. We have a lot of folks in the hospital who are sick right now. And this has to calm down, I think, before we have any ability to try to move back towards reopening. I'm hoping it'll start to calm down in January. I think we have to get through the December holidays, see where the peak is, let it come down, and then. But I do think in the meantime, we've been in discussions about getting what's necessary to move on reopening as soon as we can. But I think February is actually the best time to aim for at this time. We got to let the cases calm down. So that's what I got. I'm happy to answer questions or clarify anything.
Colleagues, you see before you the timeline while we have Dr. Quo here and the recommendation. Now would be a good time for you to start the questions. So again, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, I'll turn it back to you. And Mike, just leave this slide up if you could, please. Thank you, Dr. Quo.
Thank you, Dr. Quo. I do see a hand up, and thank you, Dr. Cash, for this updated information. It's really
Dr. Quo, I do want you to stay on. Did he stay on?
There.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay, this information is bleak, but this is the reality that we're living with at this time. So I see that, I believe board member Fatucci had his
yes.
hand up. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Dr. Quo, I just have a question. How would when the vaccines are available and successfully implemented, how would that impact the district and the district reopening?
I think right now that the vaccine is not going to roll out fast enough to impact us during the next 2 to 3 months. We know that the word from us at Kaleida Health is that we will be getting vaccine. We will be getting an allotment, hopefully before the end of this month, and it will go towards those on the first, really on the highest risk front line. For example, the emergency room and the nursing homes. There is not enough vaccine. The thought is there's not going to be enough vaccine to go beyond a relatively small number of folks in December. And it may not be until late winter or early spring that we're going to see this start to get out to the rest of the folks. Our strategy to reduce spread is really community mitigation at this time. I do think that a long-term solution is the vaccine. My hope is that we will, through community mitigation, that we would be able to make plans to move towards reopening the schools regardless of the vaccine. The vaccine, I do think that the vaccine will be a game changer, but I don't think it'll arrive in Western New York in high enough numbers to really impact the timeline that we're presenting here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other hands. This one, Dr. Ann Rivera.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is, what kind of number, so there was made mention of lowering the spike. What kind of numbers would be low enough to feasibly bring, what are we looking for in terms of numbers and numbers of cases to feasibly bring back students into buildings?
Just to clarify, are you referring to the county numbers?
In your presentation, you had made mention of the numbers being too high still. Can you give us a range of what that is so that we can align it with the information that's in the community?
Sure. I think the positivity rate needs to come down significantly. The positivity rate in the 7 to 8% range right now, it denotes that there's actually a lot of testing going on in the community, but it is definitely above the range that the World Health Organization recommends. It denotes a certain level of fairly high level of community spread. It just means also that we're actually doing a lot of tests in Western New York. I think that the positivity rate needs to go well below 5%. That'll give us an indication that we're not seeing uncontrolled spread. There are some other factors, such as how long it takes for the testing to come back, because right now you're hearing that contact tracing, you're hearing that it's taking days for tests to come back. I think that the hospitalizations need to have, this is not really an official recommendation, but this is really based on what we saw in the spring, is that the hospitalizations really have to start to come down over probably a couple of weeks before we can start to talk about what a reopening looks like, because that would represent not only diminished transmission in the community, but also that the healthcare system is not going to be strained. And I also finally, I want to make sure that we work with our partners at the Erie County Department of Health, who I've been in touch with on a fairly regular basis, to make sure that when we send X number of students back with X number of teachers and staff in the building, that we have enough contact tracing, and right there relies on the number of positive tests that the county tells us that they have every day. Right now, they're running 500, 600, 700 positive cases a day, and they said they're having a hard time keeping up with that. So I think that load's probably, if I had to guess, it's got to be cut in half, and our positivity rate's got to be cut probably well under 5% before we start talking about reopening schools.
I have one follow-up question about infection in buildings. So there's a lot of conversation out there about student-to-student infection, staff-to-staff infection, but not a ton about that relationship of students infecting staff, staff infecting students. What do we know about that?
There's actually, in the elementary school years and the preschool to elementary school years, there's actually virtually no documented spread from student to student and student to staff. If you're talking about the high schoolers, you do tend to see more of that possibility, and that's likely because the high schoolers seem to be able to spread the virus about as efficiently as adults. So, but the research from this, there's a fair amount of research that's come from other countries, and they date back to the springtime before we really even had in Europe, for example, adequate testing and tracing. And they found that there was really minimal evidence that the younger kids were spreading it to teachers and spreading it to family members. It was pretty much all the other way around. Now, if we're talking about the high schoolers, that is a different story. And so I think it is reasonable to for the younger kids to work towards bringing them back sooner. The older kids, it has to be a culture change plus adequate masking and de-densifying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. There's another hand. Terrence Hurd, Board Member Terrence Hurd.
Thank you, Dr. Evans Brown, and thank you for your presentation, Dr. Kuo. I have one question. It's about the antibody testing. If we can identify a group of kids or teachers that have the antibody testing that show that they had the virus, and now that it succeeded from their blood or bodies or however the antibodies is carried, are those people likely to turn back to in-person learning, or do you feel that's still a harm or a challenge?
I think that's a challenge. The antibodies just tell you if you've been exposed. In and of itself, antibodies don't tell you how immune you actually are. There's a fair amount of thought that the antibodies wane over time and that you lose the protection that you might have. The thinking is that you probably lose it over about a 3-month period, and we are starting to hear about reports of individuals being reinfected after a period of time. So what we're recommending for interpreting antibody testing is that it just tells you that you've had the exposure sometime in the last 3 months, and there's not a whole lot else you can conclude about how immune you actually are and how much protection it gives you and how long it'll last.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hurd. There's another hand up. Board Member Larry Scott.
Dr. Cash, are you going to walk us through this timeline, or because that might answer a couple of my.
Darren and I will do that, but I wanted to get as much from Dr. Kuo as we could while we have him on the line, and show you how his recommendation based on science and his particular field of expertise are lining up with our phase 1 recommendation there of February 1. That was my main point for Dr. Kuo.
Then I'll hold on.
I'll hold on. If no one has other questions for Dr. Kuo, then we can let him go, and you can go on with Darren and me. But if people still have questions for Dr. Kuo, we should take advantage of that while he's here.
I'll hold off on my questions then that are for you, my 2 questions. Question for Dr. Kuo. I've been reading a lot lately about there seems to be an escalation of cases among staff in particular and students. There isn't evidence of spread within buildings, but we're seeing like Batavia High School is now full remote, or Batavia District, and we're seeing a lot of school districts around Albany that are shutting down because of an escalation of cases among staff and students. Do you have any comment or information that would be helpful for the public based on those cases we're seeing, or those situations in some of the other districts and possibly throughout the country?
I think that I think we need to not underestimate just how much virus is circulating out there right now. You know, I know that we all want to try to get our kids back into in-person learning when it is, particularly when it's safe to do so. I think that as a community, we need to understand just how much virus is out there. It is a lot, and it is uncontrolled. And it is also, predicted to get worse before it gets better. I think once we know that it has started to get better, that is when we can reopen. I think that certainly we are in a different place than we were in March and April. You know, back then we definitely did not have enough testing. We definitely did not have enough PPE. And we didn't understand how to take care of those who became sick with COVID. We do now, but it also meant that, we have, but we also means that we are in a position right now where we have so much spread that it's pretty uncontrolled right now. So that's really that's really the feedback I would give folks. I think it's just going to get worse before it gets better. And the analytics that I've seen coming out from our group at UB are pretty much saying that that's what's going to happen.
You good?
I am. I'll hold off on my other two questions for later.
I have a question, Dr. Quo. There's conversations in the community that schools are opening, charter schools are opening, and Buffalo schools aren't opening. Now, are you basing, I mean, I understand because I know that, I'm gonna interject this. I know for a fact that we have lost a 27-year-old mother in this district just about 6 weeks ago. And then recently, a 41-year-old young man passed that my kids knew. So the spread is more widespread than we've ever be. And I think when it becomes, when it hit home, we're more apt to say, hey, this is for real. But you have people who say that private schools are opening, charter schools are opening. Why aren't the Buffalo Public School system open, or the district not opening up our schools? I mean, you eloquently said why, but could you just expound to the community? I'm thinking because we have a bigger district, maybe, you know, some of the charter schools and the private schools are much smaller. Can you add to that particular question?
I actually can. I think that every school district has to do what's right for their own kids. And it has to take into account, in my opinion, the following. Keeping in mind that as a pediatrician, one of our roles is to really look out for the best of support for child health and wellness and development. We knew that the virus was going to surge during the winter because that's what history teaches us when folks go inside, and I think there's a lot of pandemic fatigue. I think it's important for us to provide our children with the best consistent learning, to have the teachers that they know and can develop those relationships and partnerships with. And right now, I think if schools try to open up, they're just going to close again because there's going to be too many sick parents and too many sick teachers. And it doesn't really do anyone any good if we just ping pong back and forth and teachers and everybody have to switch curriculum because that disrupts learning. And I think we have to double down on what we know is going to give our kids the most consistent and the best that we can offer at any given time. You know, I do ask, like, our kids and our families in the clinic, you know, make sure that you account for the fact that we are in a pandemic and we have challenges. But the last thing I want to do is ping pong back and forth from different modalities of learning, disrupt their learning, and then watch people get sick in the process. So I think that, you know, it's certainly, we had a crystal ball. I could tell you exactly what's going to happen. But I also do think that folks are kind of underestimating just how widespread this virus is. And when we move to reopening the schools, I think we need to do it in a controlled fashion, in a way that we know that once we're ready to reopen, we're going to reopen and it's going to stay open to in-person learning. And in the meantime, we need to double down on the right, you know, on the right modality of learning. That includes consistency and dedication from our best.
Thank you. That was a very thorough answer for the community and for this board. There's one other hand up, Dr. Ann Rivera.
Thank you. This is my last question. Dr. Quo, you mentioned that your concern is also about children progressing developmentally and the need for consistency in learning. Could you speak a little bit about how you see the ability of students to make up learning? So really what I see us doing is we're trying to balance what you said very well about losing learning or hurting developmental learning and getting sick. We're trying to balance those things out. In being remote, knowing what you know, how high stakes is students losing some learning during this period?
So I'm speaking as a pediatrician. I think there's pretty high stakes in doing the right thing, making sure we do the right thing. You know, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have a pandemic, and you know, and so it is what it is, and we have to make the most of what we have. As a pediatrician, these are things that I'm recommending to the families I work with. You know, one is that I make sure that they're in touch regularly with their teachers, with their educators, and with their pediatrician, and if they see their specialists, to make sure that we're constantly monitoring everything from sleeping to behavior to mental health. There is some medical treatments that we sometimes look at, whether it's medications or looking at sleeping or appetite, or, you know, we're seeing kids who are under eating, we're seeing kids who are overeating. And these are things that we have to specifically ask questions about. And by keeping in touch with folks and working together, that's how we try to mitigate this as much as possible. I am recommending that folks, when they look at their learning plans, that they take into account things like how has behavior changed, you know, and make that part of their discussion with their teachers, because I think that's something that we have to account for. And then, of course, we have to make sure that we keep our families as healthy as possible, because if parents get sick, it's going to be a lot harder for them to be able to work with their kids and their teachers. I think I really, as a pediatrician, I ask, you know, the questions. It's not enough to just say, yeah, how's your kid doing? I think we have to ask things like, how's your child sleeping? How's your child keeping up? You know, and ask very pointed questions about that. And we do talk about, you know, making sure that it's not like we just take what we did in the classroom and just say we're going to do the same thing online. You know, it's a different learning modality, and we have to make the best of that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands for Dr. Quo.
Dr. Quo, I have one question. How fast can you order with your license? If you could just say you have a license now to order tests, because we're connecting to the ECDOH, how fast can we get our 4,000 to 5,000 tests that we'll need at the start, do the testing, and then start to increasingly add to that number each month? Just give us a little sense about the logistics just on that issue.
Yeah, I will have to, I honestly will have to get back to you on, you know, a better number on that. I know that the state has been very supportive in trying to get schools these tests as quickly as possible. And the time frame I'm thinking of is like within a couple of weeks. But that's not a number that I necessarily want to be completely held to. Okay. I think we have to start that process and move forward. I definitely don't think it's like 2 months.
Okay, thank you. The point is we need to start it now, though, right?
Absolutely. I think the sooner we start it, the better, and now's the time.
Got it.
Sharon Cotman, I believe this is the last question for you, Dr. Quo.
I'm gonna wait until they go through this reopening timeline. Thank you, Dr. Quo, for your information and for your concern for supporting us in this district. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Quo.
Okay, so Dr. Brown.
Dr. Darren, if you could just take us through these main bullet points and kind of where we are with these items, and then we'll go back to the board.
So as you see, the first bullet, board members, is the recommendation that we begin in-person learning for our neediest students and our selected populations based on the science and the research on Monday, February 1st, 2021. That is the first day of the second semester. We hope to have a phased-in approach where we have a full complement of our students in a hybrid model for some and some other students attending every day by mid-March. The new requirements of being in the orange zone for testing is that we complete 20% of testing of the students we have on site and the teachers and staff over the 1 month period, with no more than 10% of testing of students, teachers, and staff over a 2-week period. So we can't do all of the testing in the first week or the second week. It has to be spread out over the month. But knowing the number of pre-K to grade 2 students that we have, and with every school having their neediest students, every school was allotted 100 spots for that, and our 12th graders, for example, we will be ordering approximately 4,200 tests for the first month, because we need to reach that 20% testing requirement from the state. And then we would continue to order more tests as we need for our students. Now, the question keeps coming, when will students be allowed to attend and on what days? In the month of January, in the beginning, we're gonna have to survey parents to see what parents are gonna keep their students home and what parents will be willing to send their students to school. For example, if we have a class of 25 first graders and 10 parents say, I wanna keep my child home on remote learning, which will be the parent's choice, we may have the capacity, maintaining social distance, making sure all our students wear their masks, our students and staff, we may have the ability to have some groups of students attend every day. Ordering the test. Now, ordering the test, as you heard from Dr. Kuo and Dr. Cash, that's something we want to begin right away. But for school districts to order tests, we have to have an LSL. Erie County has been very supportive and helpful, allowing us to go into an MOU with them to use the Erie County Department of Health emergency LSL. So that MOU has been signed and sent back to Erie County. That allows our medical director, Dr. Kuo, to order the test through the New York State Department of Health using the ECDOH emergency LSL. Now, the question has also come up, who will be doing the testing in school? And our nurses will be doing that testing. We'll be working with supplemental health. That's who we have our nurses through. They'll be providing the necessary training for their nurses. Supplemental health works in other districts too that have begun testing, so they know what training is required. And so we will ensure that our nurses have that testing training so that they're able to do that in our school buildings. Additional info, Governor Cuomo has said that if hospitals locally reach 90% capacity, he still has the ability to shut a zone or a region down. So just because we're reopening and we're doing the required testing and we don't have the spread in the schools, the governor is still able to shut a community or a zone down if their hospitals reach 90% capacity. Parents will always have a choice of sending their students back to school or keeping them home on remote learning. Because we said we want to start with the neediest students and selected populations, pre-K to 2 and looking at 12th graders, parents are not forced to send their students back. They will have a choice, and we will fully support them, whatever choice they make, because we understand these are difficult choices to make. Additional phases. Schools will also be working to figure out when their additional phases will hit. Again, we want to have by mid-March a full complement of all grades in the school building, whether it be some students attending every day, others attending remotely, and then other students in a hybrid model. However, we don't want to hold schools up. If they are ready to move ahead to their next phase, allowing additional students to come back, all their procedures are in place, and we're in line with what the county is requiring and what the governor's office is requiring, we will support those schools and increasing the number of students that they are bringing back, making sure we're following all the required guidelines of hand washing, mask wearing, and social distancing in our school buildings. Thank you, Dr. Carrick.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Okay, Larry Scott, Sharon Belton Cotman have questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brown Hall. So my question, my first question has to do with the neediest students starting February 1st. Are we still planning to have those students in 5 days a week?
Yes. So those neediest students that were identified initially, I know the plans, I believe, were shared with you at the October board meeting. Those plans will be going public on our website. Those neediest students, the plan is still to have them in the 5 days a week. Yes.
Now, for the
and all staff in 5 days a week.
Okay, and then for the full complement, we're now looking back at a hybrid approach. Do we have a plan for what that's going to be, what that's going to look like for staffing? Because I know that this now stretches staff, and you have essentially 3 different roles that need to be fulfilled. How will we deliver all of that?
It's not a hybrid like you're saying, because I'm not a big fan of it. But in order to get all of the students coming back and having some experience with schooling, with the numbers down and pre-vaccine, you can't do it all students every day. You have to, because we don't have the capacity to do it safely. So that's why a hybrid that would be, unique to Buffalo would be the approach that we're taking, and that's why these schools are leading, going out like that with their population from tier 3, the highest need, then tier 2 coming in behind that, and then trying to get on out to the full complement. But that's what we're going to be looking at very closely over these next several days and weeks to see which hybrid or which approach to bring back all the students in a phased-in approach is going to be best for Buffalo.
So to be more specific, do we have a sense of, for example, what my 2nd grader and my 5th graders week will look like in this full complement of all students in mid-March?
I think depending on the school that they attend, we could probably get a day in the life for you. But because we're not putting that whole system overlay onto it, as this is all coming from Central, I couldn't tell you tonight what a day in the life would look like for him, or a day in the week would look like. But if he goes to school 80 or 81, I could get an ASL to be in touch with you and start to give you a sense of what that would look like.
And my question wasn't necessarily for me just knowing, but for other parents to have an understanding when we get to this stage, what their week could look like. My last question has to do with the virtual learning center. So I think we talked about this briefly at one point. They are expected to end in January, I believe. So is there any potential for an extension for the virtual learning centers?
We are looking at that now. I've directed Dr. Will Carestas, to go to work with a team of folks, including virtual learning center representatives, David Rust over at Say Yes, and our team to see what we could do to continue funding that through the start of school, at least. We have a rough estimate of $1 million that it would cost to do that from January 1 or 4 in this case through February 1, Monday, January 4, Monday, February 1, about $1 million. And I'm looking to cost share that rather than try to bear the full of that as a district public. And we have some bite on that to share that cost with us. But my bottom line short answer, Larry, is that that's important for us to continue that strategy.
Okay.
Mark
Thank you.
called me the other day about that and wants to brainstorm with me on how we can continue that funding. He's concerned about it as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sharon Cotman, Belton Cotman.
Thank you.
Followed by Ann, and followed by Terrence Hurd.
So I just have a short question. The parental choice, parents opt either do the turn in or to stay at home, remain consistent for the entire marking period?
Darren, my answer is yes for that. What is your?
Can you repeat that question?
The question as I do. What would you say, Darren?
If you could repeat the question, Ms. Cotman, because I didn't hear the whole thing.
Parental choice piece. Okay, once the parents make their choice, will it remain for the entire marking period?
Yes.
In remote.
Or remote, right. Or if they decide to come into the school.
Well, the marking period will be ended by February 1. That'll be a whole semester.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, starting Monday, February the 1st, if a parent opts to keep their children at remote learning, will they have to, will that be consistent for the entire marking period?
We would ask that, Mrs. Cotman, for consistency, because it takes a lot for our schools to plan, and this is proper planning, correct? And we would ask parents to please stay committed, at least for the entire marking period, with whatever they have chosen for their mode of learning, yes.
You need to make sure that that's written in there as well. Okay, thanks.
That was a good question.
Yep.
And was it Ann? Ann, it's your turn.
Thank you. My question is about parent and student support. So if we're looking at the safest option being to wait until February to phase in, we're hearing from parents, and I myself am a parent and can see it. If staying home is the safest option, what can we do to support parents and children who are struggling? So Mr. Scott mentioned the virtual learning centers. I thank him for that because that was one of my questions. But my other question would be along the lines of, are there initiatives that we could look at? Is there enhanced programming we could look at? Are there more options in terms of social support? Can we innovate in any ways to help support families who are struggling with supporting their children, and for children who may be showing some signs of some behavioral signs like the ones Dr. Poe was talking about, having some issues with sleep, behavior, with mental health, with eating. Is there anything that we could do as a district to help support them?
Yes, thank you for that question. That's a right question, and it's really, really important. It stays on my mind on a daily basis. Dr. Williams, Tanja Williams, while that's a big part of your wheelhouse, colleagues, any others of you in your huddles and in your work together that want to support and answer a response to that question, please do so. But Tanja, if you could start with a response.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Sure. Good evening, everyone. So all of our schools, and I think I've presented in the past on it, but we certainly are enhancing the work of our community partners. All of our schools, every single one of them, is attached to a community-based partner that really is an expert in social emotional counseling. And so we meet frequently every other week with Say Yes to make sure that we're staying abreast of what the needs are in schools, what the trends are that we're seeing, and how we can best support, those children. So when it gets to the attention of a teacher or a school leader, we have an expedited process to make sure that we're able to tie those students to those agencies, and they provide telecounseling, and some of them even do face-to-face counseling when it's necessary. And as you all know, we do have very active student support teams in all of our schools, trained and licensed school counselors, social workers, and school psychologists that stand ready to support students.
And Dr. Rivera, if you have any other ideas, because I sort of hear in your question that you may have some ideas that can be helpful in this regard, let us know, and we'll be happy to consider them as part of our framework of support.
Particularly when it comes to student engagement, because that's the most difficult piece with any kind of online learning is feeling engaged. Feeling engaged, feeling seen, feeling a part of a community, because the distance that this produces, we experience it all at the board table, every week that we meet. All of us experience it to a certain extent in our own social lives. We're adults. It's even harder for children. And I want to commend our teachers and all of our staff for really working to engage students. But when I hear parents, and even I see it in my own child periodically, even though she's doing pretty well with online learning, we're lucky that way, it is easy to disengage. It's really easy to disengage, especially when you're not really feeling ready to learn. And then that becomes compounded for our learners who have any learning differences. So I do have some ideas about what we could do maybe to innovate to engage our students more, to help them feel more connected, even while they're virtual, which hopefully will help ease the burden that parents are having to try and constantly make their children engage when they're in a virtual setting. Look forward to having that conversation with you all.
Now, Anne, if you could just say a few words about the ongoing PD that we provide teachers through Crystal Benton, who does such a terrific job for us, to help them get better at engaging students. You were just telling me the other day in our meeting what you were seeing over at 59, for example, when you did the virtual walkthrough. Let Dr. Rivera and the board know how we have ongoing PD for this very issue, because it is so important in the remote learning environment.
So we had offered quite a bit of PD for Superintendent Conference Day, and because so much of it was self-paced, we've been able to keep that open. So teachers can go in, new hires can watch it, teachers can revisit it after they've already watched it. So that is all still available to our teachers. And then on top of that, we're working on several new presentations that get a little deeper into Schoology and how to best organize courses for optimal student access. So I recently shared a quick preview with the principals at their principal meeting this week, just to get them a little excited. But it shows how strong organization of a course and appropriate curating of the materials in the course and training of students how to appropriately access the course can really improve student submission of assignments, improve their organizational skills, and help everybody access the learning in a more efficient way. So that's on the radar right now. We're getting ready to roll that out to schools. And then the IT department continues to work with schools as needed or as requested to show them how to better use Nearpod, for example. Nearpod it's a program we actually had prior to COVID, but we didn't use it quite as much as we're seeing now, because right now you can use it to engage your students, and student engagement is one of the things that we've been seeing as a very big need across the district. So Nearpod, for example, has built-in strategies like polling and surveys and drawing tools and other things that kids can use to show the work that they do on a math problem, for example. And then the teacher immediately receives all the data from each student. So when I was at 59 the other day, I got to watch a teacher pull up all the student submissions. So they were doing a math problem in Nearpod, and she was able to pull all of them up and see their responses immediately and select one or two. So IT has been working with schools to enhance the usage of programs like that. We're bringing Zern in to work with the principals in January, because we want to make sure that they know how to run all the reports and can appropriately support their teachers. So we just keep trying to bring in refreshers as well as a second level of depth for those programs.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, we also know that student engagement is a concern. I mean, students have been in remote since March. And I think one of the other caveats to this is that parents get to a point where they're even saying, I just can't, you know, um, make this child do remote. And so they're frustrated too. So we need to look at some kind of development for our parents as well to support them, in this space. The next question comes from Terrence, and then lastly is Jennifer Makusi.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I just like to make a comment and a question. I know that we said right now we're on track for a 74% cohort, and that leaves almost 1,800 kids, that will fall short. And one thing we need to concentrate on probably would be our summer program. Next, with that, I had a lot of reports from students saying that some students log on just to log on, and then they mute their camera so that you can't see what they're doing, and a lot of them play games or do other things. But I know that the grades, shouldn't reflect that. But I just heard that report from students, so that they can say they're in class, they are logging on to class, but they may be talking to somebody else or on their phone or doing something indifferent. What I would like to see is the possibility maybe having extended school days for our kids, that's struggling, or the possibility of our seniors that's struggling, for those to be the first people that we look at to possibly come into the buildings also. I said before I would like for our seniors to come back, but listening to the doctor's data, you have to revisit, I have to revisit my thinking, but I do know that there are some seniors who are struggling right now and not logging on. And it was mentioned earlier that seniors are working, or they helping, with their younger brothers and sisters, with their work during the time that they're supposed to be doing, their classwork. So it's a struggle in some households, and which leaving, the older kids to be the caregivers while other parents work and trying to maintain their grades. So maybe if it's possible, we can look at, some extended classes. I know we got some union concerns just by saying that, but maybe on a Saturday, we go into our virtual classes. Maybe we can have other teachers, show them work. Sometimes students, work with teachers and they don't get it from one teacher, but it's somebody else show them a different way how to do the work, or work with them, on the same project. They might fare a lot better. So it's just the way people learn, and their ability, how you learn when how information is given to you. So I know we want to keep the cohort going. So just looking for ways to those that really may need help in identifying those students.
Yeah, those are good comments, Mr. Hurd. We're all over those students as well. Each of the high schools have identified those students already as part of their high need students, and they'll be some of the first to come back in person. But we also have some mentoring programs, Mr. Hurd, and maybe that can be another strategy that we connect with some of these older students who are falling off track a little bit. Sometimes it's good to hear from mentors who are nearer to their age. And the University of Buffalo mentoring program, the one with Tommy McClam, and you're familiar with, mentoring program, this is the time to use our mentors. This is the time. So let's make the connections. Board members, if you have specific students that you're aware of, give them to us through Dr. Brown and Dr. Williams, and we will then connect mentors with our students, because they also provide tutoring. The mentors from UB provide tutoring as well as mentoring.
Okay, great. Jennifer Makusi, I think Jennifer's the last one.
I'll make this brief. I've been holding off just to make some, and I'll pose these questions over email as well, but I wanted to do this because I've been receiving texts. The things, there's a lot of PD and and I brought this up before, and I know we're doing it, but we're concentrating on bringing in more and looking at more advanced and continuing to upgrade PD for the learning for our teachers around what the products are and engaging, and that's absolutely amazing. But I just want to point out that we have some concerns, and people have reached out and said that they would love more PD around support for them in general, around like, you know, just having to engage, just having multiple students in a class who are dealing with, you know, maybe issues with connectivity, or, you know, how they can't sometimes even start their class till 10-15 minutes in. They don't have a lot of time. Like there's some moral support. They said everybody feels supported, but they would love to hear that there's more I guess research or upgrading or more interest in investing in more more PD that's supportive for them morally, so that they're always in good spirits for their students.
You're talking about
There's no complaint that there's not enough. It's not that. To hear that there's, you know, we're always upgrading and teaching them new things on how to engage, but they would like, you know, whether or not, or if they can be updated, or I would love to be updated as to when, you know, we might be looking into more supports for moral engagement for them. So that's one. I just wanted to bring that up. And then the second thing is when we have the therapies, physical therapy, occupational, you know, and speech therapies, because we keep moving this, we have to, I'm in agreement, you know, personally, but we have to keep moving these timelines. Does this mess with the contracts that we have with these programs? Does this increase the cost of this? Is this, because in my own personal experience, there's only so much limited time that a lot of these folks have, and now they're realizing that more and more students might need their support. So that it's almost to the point that some of these folks are being overbooked or feeling overwhelmed. Are we experiencing anything financial around keeping these folks where they are? Would we be in trouble if we had to bring more of these folks on? I just feel like, you know, again, in my own personal experience, that there's a lot of need, and now they're identifying so much more need. I'm just wondering where that particular group of folks, whether, you know, we're good with them contractually, we're able to bring more people on, or is this going to be an additional cost? Because I know the need has become greater.
When you say contractually, are you referencing vendors that we bring in, or are you talking about the BTF contract?
No, I'm thinking, I'm not sure. The speech and those therapies, speech, occupational, physical, that's BTF or a different type of contract? That's what I'm asking. Like, whoever these folks are we in good shape with them? Because I know the need is greater. If it's BTF or whatever? I'm just curious because I know the need is greater. Is it going to affect us financially moving forward? Are we going to be able to maintain the people we have and bring more on, or do we have to kind of, you know, finagle some things?
Well, with all of the,
I'm sorry, Darren, go ahead.
No, I'm saying with all of the vendors.
I'm not aware.
Y'all want to answer at once. Okay.
I am not aware of any financial impact at the moment, but I can certainly get Kim Holscher to share more detail.
Well, Kim can say right now whether or not this is a challenge or a problem, or whether we're good right now.
Kim's not on right now, Dr. Cash.
She can still say it. Tell her to holler.
Probably is. You're right. She probably is. We just
I can easily follow up over email. I realize how late it is. I don't want to really tie folks up, but these are, you know, the latter was something more of my concern based on what I'm seeing. But the first one, I just wanted to make sure I put out there publicly because folks are asking.
So Jen, those are good questions. I think we're good right now from what I understand and what I hear each week when I meet with the team. But we'll certainly look into that and try to anticipate, because as time goes on, the need, you're right, will get greater. And then on your first point, I just want to say that was an opportunity for improvement. And I think it's right for teachers to bring that up. How do they get the support and the strength that they need, you know, to keep every day being on their A game, having the energy and the emotion that they need to give to their students, while also trying to manage their personal lives and their own families at peak level. It's a huge, huge challenge, and so we need to do better with that. I think you're right. Give some focused attention to our staff around their needs. So thank you.
I appreciate that answer, Dr. Cash. That's exactly kind of what I was getting at. So thank you so much for saying that.
Absolutely. So colleagues, if I could, Dr. Evans-Brown, if I have some tie up to this, and be very brief. The first thing, colleagues, I would like, and Mike, if you could take the last slide down and just show everybody's face. I just like us to have, hopefully all together. I'd like us all to be together on this important issue. I want to call a press conference for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at the Buffalo Culinary School, the new Buffalo Culinary. I'd like to invite any of you as board members that can attend to stand with me as I make this announcement community-wide. All of the press will be there. And we will start being on the record for this plan, for any questions, and for any other thing. We can start going on to the radio shows. We can go on wherever you want to go. If you want to go somewhere, we'll button you up and have you ready to go. If you want me to go somewhere, well, don't answer that. But the point is, if you want me to go on to media and go to meet with community groups, then I'm happy to do that on your behalf, on the district's behalf, so forth. We have to put a full court press out now about communication on a regular basis about where we are, what we're going to be doing, and getting really, really granular for our community. So that I wanted to say we'll start that tomorrow if you're in agreement tonight. And then the other thing I'm going to do with your support and approval is there's a two-part letter communication piece that I alluded to about a month or two ago, but now it's time to start executing those letters. So within a day or two, I'd send out what's called a pre-notice to all of our district users and staff that get ready, be alert. In the next few days, about 30 days from when we start, I'm gonna send you a 30-day notice. And that's for all of our employee groups to be aware of what we're doing, to call them in. They got to get their plans ready, their personal matters and family needs together, and be calling them in with a 30-day notice. And then the same thing for families and parents to start taking care of any needs that might mitigate. So that's going to happen over these next couple of days. Again, I'll mention all of these things with the media, and then I'll CC you on these letters that will be going out. So that's the conclusion of our particular presentation and the plan at this time. And again, if you'd like to join me tomorrow at 10 a.m., I would welcome you to be there with me. We'll social distance, wear 2 or 3 masks if you can, and then let's do this. Let's do this. I think we can stage it safely, less than 25 people, because that's the rule, in the new culinary, what's that room called, Darren, right there, like the foyer? Jim will take care of it.
So can you remind us of the address?
What's that?
Remind us of the address.
45 Huron Street, right there next to the Curtis Hotel.
Okay, anything else? Anything else, board members, before we conclude and say goodbye?
Yes, can you please email the your last PDF about your opening?
Dr. Brown, you had a letter to read, Dr. Brown?
I think we sent it.
You did.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the inbox.
Dr. Brown.
I'm here.
I'm sorry, Evans Brown.
Evans
There was a
Brown.
letter that you were going to read, and she got kicked out too. It happened to me.
Yeah, I know. What did you send it? I mean, I know I had it.
Sent it to the board. The board received an email late in the meeting asking us to participate in an effort to help McKinney-Vento students to provide monetary support and have a nice Christmas. Was sent over, many of you may not know, but I've with the McKinney-Vento students or the department. And so they're asking for support. We have upwards of around something kids or something that are currently 40, almost 100 kids, children that between the ages of 5 to 18 who are homeless that we have identified. It reads as such: the McKinney-Vento and Central Registration Center staff are contributing to help Buffalo Public School students who unfortunately are living in shelters. This special initiative is to provide support and encouragement to 99 of our students, 48 girls, 51 boys, ranging in the age from 5 to 18, with gifts from for the holiday season. Helping our students and family is a universal principle, and we are inviting board members to make monetary contributions that will be used to purchase gifts for our students and family. 100% of your contribution will fund the purchase of gifts for students living in shelters in the city of Buffalo. Please email Holmy Jim at Buffalo Public Schools or Marva Brown, at MMBrown@Buffalo Public Schools. If you would like to contribute or have any further questions, we thank you in advance for your contributions to help the students and family members enjoy a happy holiday season. So they reached out, I heard about that they were doing something, I reached out to them, and they had said that they wanted to ask the board to assist them. This is a noble cause, and I hope each board member will find it in their heart to at least provide something for our children, as well as the district staff, Dr. Cash. This is a big lift.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Send it to me, President Kaufman. I'm going to get it on the district-wide users, and certainly I'll make a contribution. All the executive team will, and we'll make sure that they have a great holiday. But send me that information tonight.
Right now. Thank you so much.
All right.
Do we get specific what type of items that they can use in the facility?
For money, monetary gifts.
I mean, any items?
I'll reach out, Terrence. I'll reach out to them and find out, and then because it can be in-kind money. We'll get it together. I promise.
Yeah, the basic needs are met in the shelter.
Are we all together on this?
Yes.
Hand up.
Mm-hmm.
Paulette. Okay. We all together on this? Okay.
And raise your hand. Dr. Rivera.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Hey, listen, so I can space appropriately. How many of you can join me tomorrow morning at 10? I know some people have to work, but how many of you can join me or want to join me? Huh?
I'll be able to join.
I'll try.
I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best.
I agree. The reason I say, colleagues, I'll wait for you if I know you're trying to come. Just let Eleanor know you might be running 5 minutes late and you'll be there. Otherwise, I try to be there on time at 10 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, so that concludes our robust 5-hour meeting. Who's counting? Have a good night. See you guys tomorrow if you can make it. And God bless you. Stay safe.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good evening.